Chapter 32-35. The creatures from the chaotic alien realm slaughtered most of the cultivators in Black Demon Mountain and scared away their leader. Even the revered demon lord Luo Peng died in the battle. The 100,000 demon soldiers of Black Demon Mountain were not spared either. Their essence, chi, and spirit were devoured by a terrifying creature from the chaotic alien realm, turning them into dried corpses. Gu Fei was furious when he saw the tragic scene in the ancient city. He could not wait to kill his way into the chaotic alien realm and kill all of them. As the saying goes, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. Gu Fei wasn't a bloodthirsty person, but this time, these beings living in the depths of the primal chaos had gone too far. At this moment, the Chaos Demon Ape and the Dragon Head Devil captured the two creatures from the chaotic alien realm. These chaotic creatures were waiting for a hare, but unfortunately, what they waited for wasn't a hare. Therefore, they were met with a tragedy. Without hesitation, Gu Fei performed the spirit-seizing secret technique to forcibly read the primordial spirit's memory of the creature that the Chaos Demon Ape had captured. However, as soon as Gu Fei's divine sense entered the creature's sea of consciousness, the creature's sea of consciousness exploded with a loud bang. As a result, the chaotic creature's head turned into a bloody mist. Even the strand of divine sense that Gu Fei released was greatly impacted. This is outrageous. Gu Fei was both shocked and furious. It seemed that someone had placed a restrictive technique in the creature's sea of consciousness. Otherwise, this would not have happened. It seemed that there were some secrets in the creature's primordial spirit's memory that could not be explored by others. No one would be stupid enough to place a restrictive technique in their own sea of consciousness. Hence, it must have been done by someone else, and that person was definitely a supreme expert. At this moment, the chaotic creature captured by the Dragon Head Demon was shocked to see the tragic death of his companion. He didn't want to die here like this. When Gu Fei's gaze landed on him, the Chaos Gold beast couldn't help but shiver. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He directly released his divine sense to invade the creature's mind. Don't! The chaotic creature was scared out of his wits, but he was powerless to resist. He could only watch helplessly as the divine sense invaded his sea of consciousness. Bang! The head of the chaotic creature also exploded. Countless fragments shot out in all directions. Those were chaotic pure gold, a kind of supreme divine item that was born in the chaos. As long as a small piece of chaotic refined gold was added during the refining process, the grade of the refined spiritual weapon would definitely increase significantly. Gu Fei naturally wouldn't let it go to waste. He extended his hand and directly absorbed the countless pieces of chaotic pure gold into his hand. This was good stuff. Thus, the three living beings from the chaotic world had perished. However, just as Gu Fei was killing the first foreign being from the primal chaos, far away in the depths of the primal chaos, there was a piece of primal chaos land floating and sinking. This chaotic land was bigger than any other great world. It was shrouded by endless chaotic aura. On this chaotic land, there were powerful chaotic races. They were creatures that lived in the primal chaos and were much more powerful than ordinary creatures. Roar! At this moment, a terrifying roar was heard from the depths of the silent chaotic land. The terrifying sound waves spread out, causing countless living beings from the chaotic world to keep quiet out of fear. Go gather those guys that were scattered. In the Chaos Fiend realm, outside an ancient city in the territory of the god destroying Demon Palace in the central region, Gu Fei ordered Mo Mingtian. Yes, master. Mo Mingtian accepted the order and left. Thereafter, Gu Fei ordered the Chaos Demon Ape and the other two stone statue demon emperors to clean up the corpses in the ancient city. Soon, the corpses in the ancient city were cleaned up. The entire ancient city became empty immediately. There wasn't a single person in it. Those guys should know that their people are dead. I reckon other living beings from the chaotic world will arrive soon. Song K said, He couldn't understand why Gu Fei wanted to clean up the ancient city. Could it be that he wanted to stay in the ancient city? I'm going to wait here for them to take the bait. Gu Fei gritted his teeth and said he wanted to find out why those creatures from the chaotic alien realms were attacking the cultivators of the Black Demon Mountain. It should be known that these creatures were generally very low-key and would not do anything out of line. This time, those guys were really abnormal. Of course, Gu Fei wasn't afraid even if he were to face the experts from the chaotic world. Since those living beings from the chaotic world dared to attack him, they should have expected the consequences. This, Song Ke and the demonic rock lady were extremely shocked when they heard Gu Fei's words. Is Gu Fei really going to start a war with those living beings from the chaotic world? In the eyes of Song Ke and the demonic rock lady, Gu Fei might not be able to defeat those living beings from the chaotic world. They were once extreme Tao Supremes and knew how terrifying the living beings from the chaotic world were. Back then, the living beings from the chaotic world were involved in the great turmoil that swept across the world. Gu Fei didn't pay any more attention to Song Ke and the demonic rock lady. Instead, he walked into the ancient city. At this time, the ancient city was deserted and in a mess. Even the city, Lord's mansion, was half destroyed. Gu Fei didn't have to wait too long. An hour after they entered the ancient city, Mo Mingtian returned with a lot of people. Greetings, master. Those people hurriedly saluted when they saw Gu Fei. Among these people, there were many familiar faces. The Phoenix, which was among them, and the demonic rock emperor was also among them. However, there was no sign of the master of the Black Demon Mountain, the Golden Goddess, or the other two members of the Golden Race. Gu Fei just nodded and walked into a well-preserved hotel on the side of the street. Of course, there was no one in the hotel. After Gu Fei entered the hotel, he sat in a private room facing the street. Mo Mingtian led a group of cultivators from the Black Demon Mountain to spread out and search for the survivors of the Black Demon Mountain. They still didn't have any news of the master of the Black Demon Mountain. At this time, in a valley thousands of miles away from the ancient city, more than a dozen mysterious people wearing black masks were standing. Without any suspense, these guys directly rushed into the sky and pounced in the direction of the ancient city. Their powerful aura spread out, and even the void was shaking. At this time, Gu Fei, who was in the ancient city, sensed the aura of these mysterious experts. He smiled. These guys are simply courting death. You guys go and get rid of those people. Gu Fei ordered the Chaos Devil Ape and the others. His tone became extremely cold and revealed a heart-palpitating, murderous aura. Yes, master. Chapter 32-36. The mysterious experts from the foreign realms were finally moved. They were fearless and were all warlike races. Back in the chaotic continent, they were already aggressive and had rich battle experiences. These foreign beings were actually extremely arrogant. They saw the chaotic continent as the ancestral land of the 3 worlds and 6 paths, the birthplace of life. These chaotic creatures that came from the ancestral land were all extremely powerful. But now 3 of them were killed. How could this be? A total of 13 chaotic creatures, wearing hideous black masks, pounced towards the ancient city. However, they were intercepted halfway. The 3 demonic stone statues were like 3 supreme demon lords that came from the demonic domain. They intercepted the 13 experts from the foreign realms, and a pitch-black demonic aura shrouded the entire void. The 13 chaotic creatures had no choice but to stop, as the energy waves that erupted from the 3 demonic experts were simply too powerful. No wonder Jinlang and Huizhan were killed. So it was these 3 fellas who killed them. The leader of the 13 chaotic creatures stared at the chaos demonic ape and the other 2 powerhouses and said coldly. Only the chaotic creatures behind him could understand what he was saying. However, this didn't mean that it was difficult for the leader to communicate with the chaos demon ape and the other 2 experts. Communication above the level of spiritual will did not discriminate between races. The demonic aura that was released from the Chaos Demon Ape and the other 2 experts made the 13 chaotic creatures shudder. Experts of this level were definitely the most powerful existences in this world. Even though the chaotic creatures were arrogant, they knew that these 3 fellas were hard to deal with. "It's you guys who made my master unhappy," the Chaos Demon Ape said coldly. A wave of spiritual will spread from his body, and his voice rang in the hearts of the 13 chaotic creatures. Lowly creatures, how dare you speak to us, noble beings, in such a tone? The leader of the chaotic creatures stared at the Chaos Demon Ape and said coldly, "What?" The Chaos Demon Ape was enraged when he heard the words of the other party. How dare this fella treat him as a lowly creature? How despicable! I don't see how noble you are. The Chaos Demon Ape said in disdain, "Damn it, you deserve to die." The leader of the chaotic creatures was enraged. He raised his hand and the 12 chaotic creatures behind him dispersed. Each of them exuded an extremely powerful aura. These living beings grew up in the chaos, so their control over the chaos chi could be said to have reached the point of perfection. They had also cultivated all sorts of extremely powerful abilities. "Haha, then come and kill me," the Chaos Devil Ape mocked. These fellows really thought too highly of themselves. They even thought of themselves as creatures that were a level higher than others. "Who's going to kill this guy?" The leader of the chaotic creatures said coldly. 2 blood-red eyes shot out from behind the black wooden mask and stared at the Chaos Demon Ape. "Me." As soon as the chaos creature's voice faded, a tall, burly chaos creature walked out from behind the leader. "Come along, very good. We will let these lowly creatures know the consequences of offending us." The leader of the chaotic creatures said coldly, "Yes, Boss Kuin Yuan." The tall man named Kunlong nodded and took a step forward, instantly disappearing into the void. At this moment, the Chaos Demon Ape threw a punch forward. Boom! The 2 fists collided. Rumble! Powerful energy fluctuations spread out, causing the entire void to tremble. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void, as if pitch-black lightning was wreaking havoc. At this moment, Kuin Long's figure appeared in the void. A powerful and violent power erupted from his body. Streams of chaotic energy that resembled the ancestral dragon circled around his body. However, Kuin Long's powerful fist was blocked by the Chaos Demonic Ape. The Chaos Demonic Ape's stone-like arm was also incredibly powerful. What? All the chaotic creatures were shocked to see this. This stone-like guy actually blocked Kunlong's attack. How was that possible? One should know that Kunlong was the strongest existence among them apart from Kuin Yuan. Roar! The Chaos Demon Ape roared the sky and punched out with his right fist. Boom! The chaos creature, Kuin Long, was sent flying away. Not bad. At this moment, Gu Fei, who was watching the scene from afar, couldn't help but nod. The Chaos Demon Ape's combat strength was unquestionable. He could even fight against the experts of the chaotic creatures. Gu Fei, San Ke, and the others were watching the battle. At this moment, Amo Mingtian was gathering the scattered disciples of Black Demon Mountain. He released the news that Gu Fei had returned. The cultivators who received the news quickly gathered. The cultivators of Black Demon Mountain knew that as long as Gu Fei returned, the chaotic creatures would be in trouble. Although the chaotic creatures were incomparably strong, they weren't invincible. There must be a reason for them to attack Black Demon Mountain. Otherwise, those guys wouldn't have come to provoke Gu Fei. The primitive demons were absolutely clear about the consequences of provoking Gu Fei. The god-exterminating demon palace had already been destroyed. That was one of the primitive demons. Even the Willow Demon clan and the Stone Demon clan didn't dare to provoke Gu Fei. However, the chaotic creatures were fearless. It seemed that there was nothing in this world that they didn't dare to do. Their origins were mysterious, but once they appeared, something earth-shattering would definitely happen. Sure enough, as soon as these chaotic creatures appeared, they almost wiped out all the experts of Black Demon Mountain. Countless disciples of Black Demon Mountain died in their hands. Rumble! At this moment, the Chaos Demon Ape and Kunlong started fighting. The two experts' combat strength was incomparably strong. They were as terrifying as two destructive gods of war. Boom! The Chaos Demon Ape blasted out a punch. The entire void immediately undulated like water ripples. A terrifying, destructive power obliterated forward. The Kunlong, the chaotic creature, was not to be trifled with. Chaotic light burst out from all over his body. He forcefully broke through the rippling void and attacked the Chaos Demon Ape. With another loud bang, the two experts once again clashed head-on. Extremely terrifying power fluctuations erupted in an instant. An entire void of the world suddenly collapsed. This kind of power was so strong that it directly annihilated the void. The two chaotic forces collided. Both were extremely powerful. Neither could suppress the other. This scene made everyone who saw it inexplicably shocked. The Chaos Demon Ape possessed the extreme force, but so did the Kunlong. When the extreme force spread out, it could destroy everything. At this moment, the group of chaotic creatures, the divine Een Demon Spider and the Dragon Head Demon, retreated far away. One should know that if they were affected, it wouldn't be fun. The two figures quickly separated, and cracks appeared in the void due to the pressure of the two figures. How can a low-level creature be so powerful? The group of chaotic creatures was extremely shocked. One should know that they were the highest-level creatures from the Chaos Ancestral Land. These low-level creatures couldn't be compared to them. Low-level creatures. The chaotic creatures were whispering, but Gu Fei could hear them clearly. He had read the primordial spirit of a chaotic creature before. Naturally, he knew a lot of things. These chaotic creatures regarded all creatures that were not born in the Chaos Ancestral Land as low-level creatures. I am a low-level creature. Haha, ridiculous. The Chaos Demon Ape roared and kept attacking. The extreme force was released. It was so terrifying that it startled countless creatures in the surrounding area. They're fighting again. Someone was extremely shocked. Didn't the cultivators of the mystical Demon Mountain all die? But there were experts fighting around the ancient city of the mystical Demon Mountain from time to time. This time, the area where the ancient city of the mystical Demon Mountain was located was even more powerful and terrifying. The extreme force was vast and mighty. Kuan Long's combat strength was so strong that even the Chaos Demon Ape was shocked. This kind of combat strength was absolutely invincible in the Chaos Realm. But unfortunately, this guy met Kuan Long. A low-level creature will always be a low-level creature. You're just like an ant. Kuan Long said coldly, "Humph, let this low-level creature send you on your way." The Chaos Demon Ape sneered. An even more powerful wave of energy rippled out from his body. The space around him trembled. It was as if this part of the world could not contain his powerful body. Bang! Kuan Long was sent flying by the Chaos Demon Ape's punch. What? How is this possible? The group of chaotic creatures was stunned. Even Kuan Long wasn't a match for this guy. Kuan Long was recognized as a rising star in the Chaos Ancestral Land. He had cultivated for tens of thousands of years and was only half a step away from becoming a supreme expert. Chaotic creatures usually cultivated for a long time. Tens of thousands of years was just a short period of time for Kuan Long. Some chaotic creatures could cultivate for hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years. Ha! You call us low-level creatures. I think you're the ants. The Chaos Demon Ape laughed and attacked Kuan Long. The extreme force exploded from his body. Demonic light flowed on his stone-like body as if it had turned into immortal demonic iron. Kuan Long was sent flying again. Cracks began to appear on his powerful demonic body as if it was about to shatter. Chapter 32-37. The chaotic creatures that came from the ancestral land of chaos thought highly of themselves and regarded themselves as the highest beings in the 3 realms and 6 paths. In fact, there was a reason why they were so conceited. The ancestral land of chaos was regarded as the source of life by the chaotic creatures. It was the birthplace of all beings in the 3 realms and 6 paths. However, no one could tell if that was the case because there was very little information about the source of life since ancient times. It was as if someone had purposely blocked all information about the source of life. However, no matter how secretive it was, there would still be some news about it. Of course, these were the great secrets of the world. Perhaps only the most powerful beings were qualified to know about it. The superforces of the chaotic realm were shocked that the chaotic creatures suddenly intervened in the chaos realm. Even the primitive demons were nervous and vigilant. The primitive demons had been passed down for countless years and were the inheritances of the extreme demon ancestor. They more or less knew about the chaotic creatures, but most of them did not know about the existence of the chaotic creatures. At this moment, the high and mighty beings were being slapped in the face by the chaos demon ape. The strongest among them, Kuin Long, was sent flying by the chaos demon ape. Haha, aren't you a noble being? Why can't you take a beating? The chaos demon ape laughed and continued to attack. Powerful energy erupted from his fists. Every time he punched, the void in front of his fists would explode. The power of the extreme path erupted from the chaos demon ape's fists. It was terrifying to the extreme. Pitch black, cracks the size of mountains appeared in the void. It was as if the entire sky was about to collapse from his fists. Kuin Long attacked with all his might, but he was still sent flying. Although he had an extremely powerful physique and extreme path power, he was still no match for the chaos demon ape. However, compared to the chaos demon ape, Kuin Long was really no match for him. Bam! The chaos demon ape punched Kuin Long's face. Who told you to look down on us? The chaos demon ape roared and punched Kuin Long's nose again. The crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. Kuin Long's ferocious black mask was instantly shattered into pieces. The pieces even pierced into his face. Chaos blood seeped out continuously. What a stubborn wretch. After the chaos demon ape sent the Kuin dragon flying with a punch, it swung its right arm and bared its teeth. Damned, lowly creature! The group of chaotic creatures couldn't help but be shocked and angered by this scene. However, they had to admit that this creature that rose from the chaos realm was unbelievably powerful. Perhaps only the supreme experts of the primal chaos ancestral land could deal with this fellow. Of course, perhaps Kuin Yuan, who was even more powerful than Kuin Long, could also deal with this fellow. In the chaos demon realm, those that stood at the top were the chaos living beings. The chaos demon realm was the insect race's territory in the chaos ancestral land. Normally, the insect race wouldn't interfere in the battles between the cultivation forces in the chaos demon realm. They would only look down at these ant-like existences from high above, as if they were the supreme rulers of this world. Even during the darkest times of the ancient times, when the chaos demon realm and the ancestral god realm fought fiercely against each other, the insect race didn't intervene. However, there seemed to be chaotic creatures behind the Great War in the ancient times. Kill! Kuin Long's face was filled with chaos blood. He was on the brink of insanity. He surged the chaos force in his body and attacked the chaos demon ape. Rays of chaos light shot out from his body and pierced through the chaos demon ape. Among the rays of chaos light, there were bone spears, and on each bone spear, there were countless Tao patterns surging and interweaving. Ha ha! The chaos demon ape roared with laughter as he charged forward. The bone spears pierced the chaos demon ape's stone-like body, producing clanging sounds as they were actually repelled. How is this possible? Kuin Long was shocked. This time, he couldn't help but be shocked. He had already used his strongest attack, but he still couldn't hurt the Chaos Demon Ape. Chaos living beings, they seemed to be quite capable. Far in the sky, Gufei and the others were shocked to see the scene. One should know that the Chaos Demon Ape's strength was not to be underestimated. Even someone like Tsankei wouldn't be able to take down the Chaos Demon Ape in a short period of time. These guys are more than capable. Tsankei looked at the group of chaos living beings with a complicated expression. He was once a supreme god ancestor, so he was naturally qualified to know some secrets of heaven and earth. What do you mean? Gufei said. At this moment, the Chaos Demon Ape sent the Kuin dragon flying once again. This time, half of the Kuin dragon's body was shattered. The Kuin dragon was sent flying thousands of miles away as he screamed miserably. He smashed into a huge mountain, causing dust and rubble to shoot up into the sky. These guys might be the masterminds back then. Tsankei gritted his teeth and said, back then he was trapped in the mountain-river diagram for countless years, and it was probably because of these guys. How could he not hate them? Back then, the war between the Chaos Demon Realm and the Ancestral God Realm happened suddenly. What? Gufei couldn't help being startled. These fellows actually had such ability, but they couldn't even beat the Chaos Devil Ape. These are just small fries. Tsankei said with a solemn expression. Small fries. Gufei was a little moved when he heard Tsankei's words. One should know that if Tsankei's words were true, then the consequences would be very serious. However, Gufei was not afraid. No matter who he was, he could not be stronger than a supreme god. However, Gufei still felt a little uneasy in the depths of his heart, since there might be a higher realm above the extreme grade. Naturally, this was only his guess, since no one knew if there were existences stronger than the extreme grade sovereign realm in this world. These guys are very mysterious. No one knows where they came from. Tsankei continued. You don't know either. Gufei looked at Tsankei and said, Do I look like I know? Tsankei said helplessly, although he was once a supreme god ancestor, there were some things that even he did not know. Yes, Gufei said without thinking. Tsankei was speechless. At this moment, the other chaotic creatures made their moves. They would not let Kuin-Long be killed by the Chaos Demon Ape. Kuin-Long had great potential, and he had the chance to become a supreme expert. If Kuin-Long was killed just like that, it would be a great loss for the insect race. Lowly life form die. Two chaotic creatures rushed forward. One of them stretched out his hand, and dazzling, chaotic light shone from his fingers. They were like 5 chaotic divine swords that pierced towards the Chaos Demon Ape. The Chaos Demon Ape's physique was so strong that it was unimaginable. Both of its fists danced in the air as it shattered the Chaos Sword Light. The other chaotic creature spat out a Chaos Divine Spear. Like a bolt of lightning, the Chaos Divine Spear pierced through the Chaos Demon Ape's glabella. The Chaos Demon Ape waved his fist and punched the Chaos Divine Spear. An extremely strong force burst out and blocked the Chaos Divine Spear. Buzz! The Chaos Divine Spear vibrated and let out a slight, buzzing sound. It could not pierce through the Chaos Demon Ape's fist. Roar! The Chaos Demon Ape roared and punched with his right fist. An even stronger force burst out from his fist, and the Chaos Divine Spear was repelled. Haha, a bunch of trash. How dare you act tough in front of me? What a joke. The Chaos Demon Ape laughed. The chaotic creatures were shocked and angered when they heard the Chaos Demon Ape's words. No one had ever looked down on them like this. After all, they were the true rulers of this world. Primitive demons, they were nothing but trash in their eyes. You! Upon hearing the Chaos Demon Ape's words, the 2 creatures in the chaotic world were so furious that they couldn't say a word. Only the leader of the chaotic creatures, Kuin Yuan, didn't say anything. However, behind his blackwood mask, his eyes were as sharp as blades. Roar! At this moment, an angry roar could be heard from thousands of miles away. Chaotic chi rushed out from afar, and a terrifying figure could be seen in the midst of the chaotic chi. Kuan Long, who was repelled by the Chaos Demon Ape, soared into the sky and attacked the Chaos Demon Ape. The chaotic aura that blotted out the sky arrived from the horizon. In just an instant, it had enveloped the entire space. It was as if the entire region had become a chaotic void. So what if you put your life on the line? In the end, you will still lose. At this moment, the Magic Rock Lady, who was standing beside Gu Fei, sneered. She could naturally tell who had a higher chance of winning this battle. It's hard to say until the very last moment. Song Kei said disapprovingly, "Is that so? Do you dare to bet with me?" The Magic Rock Lady looked at Song Kei and said, "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Song Kei glanced at the Magic Rock Lady and said, "Very well. If I lose, this thing will be yours." With that, the Magic Rock Lady took out something from her body. She was holding a fist-sized, black, stone-like object. This object seemed inconspicuous. However, upon closer inspection, the interior of the black stone-like object seemed to be sparkling with starlight. Star iron. Song Kei was taken aback when he saw the black, stone-like object. To think that the other party would take out a piece of star iron. "It's your turn." The Magic Rock Lady looked at Song Kei provocatively. "Humph." Chapter 32-38. In the battle between the Chaos Demon Ape and Kuan Long, Kuan Long showed signs of losing and had to fight the Chaos Demon Ape with all his might. However, the Chaos Demon Ape's cultivation and combat power were above Kuan Long's. Even if Kuan Long fought with all his might, he did not have a high chance of winning. However, Song Kei felt that the outcome of the battle between the Chaos Demon Ape and Kuan Long was hard to predict. After all, Kuan Long was a chaotic creature that came from a mysterious place. However, Magic Rock Lady had a different opinion. The Chaos Demon Ape was already winning and Kuan Long was at a disadvantage. The outcome was predictable. Therefore, the two of them were bored and decided to make a bet. The Demonic Rock Lady took out a piece of star iron. This was a good item. Even though it was only the size of a fist, if it was melted during the forging process, the grade of the forged Dao treasure would definitely increase by quite a bit. It was a material that even a supreme expert would be jealous of. It could be used to refine a supreme Dao weapon. What a headache! Since Magic Rock Lady took out the star iron, Song Kei had to take out something of the same grade. Otherwise, he would be laughed at by Magic Rock Lady. Even Gu Fei was a little surprised to see the Demonic Rock Lady take out the star iron. After all, it was not an ordinary crafting material. It was an immortal material. Even in the distant past, it was not easy to find such an immortal material. Some supreme experts searched the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths, but could not find it. They even risked entering the endless chaos to search for it. The result was the same. The chaos was too big. Even the legendary 9 heavens and 10 earths was just a heaven and earth in the chaos. Outside the heaven and earth was the endless chaos. It was the same for the human realm, heaven realm, and other perfect worlds. They were all created in the chaos and had perfect laws of heaven and earth. At this moment, Song Kei was having a headache. The item that Magic Rock Lady took out was too heaven-defying. Even when he was a supreme god ancestor, he could not find such an item. There were too few immortal divine items in the world. However, Song Kei did not want to be looked down upon by Magic Rock Lady. He pondered for a while and his eyes lit up. Then he started searching his body. Soon he took out something from his body. Gu Fei and Mo Peng Lady looked at the item in Song Kei's hand and saw that it was a black metal piece. It was only the size of an adult's palm. Moreover, what shocked Gu Fei and the Magic Rock Lady was that this piece of black iron was actually covered in rust. It seemed to have been corroded by the rust and had already decayed. What The demonic rock lady was dumbfounded when she saw Song Kei take out such an item. Gu Fei took a closer look, but he couldn't see anything special about the black metal piece in Song Kei's hand. It was just a piece of metal that was almost rotten. However, intuition told Gu Fei that Song Kei had been keeping this inconspicuous black iron piece for a long time, so it was definitely not simple. After all, Song Kei was a supreme god ancestor. The supreme god ancestor was someone who could compete with the supreme master. In the ancestor god realm, the supreme god ancestor was the invincible supreme master. Of course, there were differences in the combat strength of the supreme god ancestor. The most powerful supreme god ancestor could easily kill an ordinary supreme god ancestor. Invincibility was always relative. Since ancient times, there seemed to be no absolutely invincible existence, and no one dared to say that they were absolutely invincible. Taoism, Pure Gu, please use the Peerless Fierce Saber to cut this iron piece. Song Kei suddenly said to Gu Fei. Hearing this, Gu Fei immediately turned his right hand over, and a black saber appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he directly cut the iron piece into Song Kei's hand. With a flash of saber light, the blade of the Peerless Fierce Saber in Gu Fei's hand had already cut the black iron piece into Song Kei's hand. However, a shocking scene appeared. Although the blade of the Peerless Fierce Saber hit the black iron piece, there was no sound of collision. The seemingly rusty black iron piece in Song Kei's hand was actually unscathed under the Peerless Fierce Saber's blade. Not even a piece of rust fell off. How is this possible? Magic Rock Lady was dumbfounded. This inconspicuous iron piece could actually block a strike from the Peerless Fierce Saber. This was too unbelievable. After all, it was a Peerless Fierce Saber. Magic Rock Lady knew how terrifying the Peerless Fierce Saber was. This was a supreme Tao weapon, so powerful that it made her heart palpitate. However, such a powerful supreme Tao weapon should be indestructible, but it could not cut the rusty black iron piece in Song Kei's hand. Could it be? Magic Rock Lady thought of a possibility. Could it be something from the previous era? At this time, Gu Fei voiced out the doubt in Magic Rock Lady's heart. The previous era was the era before Gu Fei and the others derived the Chaos Demon Realm. Before the Chaos Demon Realm, there should be an extremely ancient world. After that world was destroyed for countless years, the Chaos Demon Realm was born from the chaos. The destruction of a world was the end of an era. This was the reincarnation of the world. The world did not exist forever. It was also reincarnated. Of course, the reincarnation of the world was extremely long. It often went through several or even countless great eras before finally turning back into chaos and completing a reincarnation. Gu Fei knew this because the human world had already gone through several great eras. The current human world was only formed after the disappearance of the prehistoric era. Perhaps I also don't know the origin of this item. Song Kei said, when he had attained the extreme Tao fruit, he had traveled the world in search of materials to refine the extreme Tao artifact. He had found it in an ancient ruin. Why, this item of mine is not bad, right? Song Kei said to Magic Rock Lady. All right, I'll bet with you, Magic Rock Lady said. Although this black metal piece was inconspicuous, it was very likely to be something from the previous era. This item was absolutely heaven-defying. To a certain extent, this item was much more precious than immortal materials. Magic Rock Lady naturally had no objections to Song Kei using this item as a bet. The outcome of this battle will be decided soon. Gu Fei said. When Song Kei and the demonic rock lady heard this, they immediately focused their attention on the two powerful figures that were fighting. The crazed Kuan Long was displaying a powerful combat ability. This combat ability was beyond what he could handle. But then, bloody wounds started to appear on his body. Chaos blood seeped out from the wounds. Even his forehead were full of cracks. His entire body seemed like it could collapse at any time, and his expression was extremely hideous. However, even though Kuan Long was risking his life, he still couldn't turn the tables. The Chaos Demon Ape's stone-like body was extremely powerful. He was simply a human-shaped extreme Tao weapon. Actually, the ancestor of the god, destroying Demon Palace, wanted to refine this Chaos Demon Ape into an extreme Tao weapon. Unfortunately, after several attempts, the ancestor of the god, destroying Demon Palace, didn't succeed. Although the ancestor of the god, destroying Demon Palace, didn't succeed in refining the Chaos Demon Ape into an extreme Tao weapon, his body was as strong as an extreme Tao weapon. Although Kuan Long's body was tempered by chaotic Qi day and night, it was still far from the strength of the Chaos Demon Ape's body. The Chaos Demon Ape punched through Kuan Long's body, but at the same time, Kuan Long's fist also landed on the Chaos Demon Ape's chest. Kacha! The Chaos Demon Ape's chest caved in like a real rock. Kuan Long's fist left a mark on the Chaos Demon Ape's chest. Cracks spread out with the fist mark as the center. The two figures quickly separated. The Chaos Demon Ape roared furiously towards the sky. Rays of Chaos Demon light rushed out from his body and revolved around him. An extreme Tao aura surged out from the Chaos Demon Ape's body. The fist mark on the Chaos Demon Ape's chest disappeared quickly. In just a few breaths' time, the fist mark and the cracks around it disappeared. However, the bloody hole on Kuan Long's body still hadn't healed. Chaos blood seeped out from the wound and dripped onto the ground. At this time, the two chaotic creatures that attacked Kuan Long earlier had already retreated. They had no choice but to retreat because Kuan Long had used the insect race's secret technique and entered a strange battle state. As long as other strong creatures appeared beside him, they would become his target. Although this battle state could raise Kuan Long's strength to the limit and stimulate all the potential in his body, the consequence was that he forgot everything else and only had one thought in his mind. Fight! Roar! Kuan Long roared and attacked the Chaos Demon Ape again. He didn't care about the wounds on his body that hadn't healed yet. Streaks of chaotic light in the shape of dragons slammed towards the Chaos Demon Ape. The chaotic dragon power was so strong that each dragon shadow seemed to be able to shatter a part of the world. I'll send you on your way. The Chaos Demon Ape roared angrily. His entire body was covered in chaotic demonic light. The demonic light didn't dissipate. Instead, it turned into a rain of light that pierced towards the Kuan dragon. The chaotic dragon shadows that attacked Kuan Long immediately dissipated in the light. In the next moment, Kuan Long was also drowned in the light rain. Haha, you lost. Hand it over. Seeing this, the Demon Rock Lady laughed and extended her hand towards Tsang Quebec. What's the rush? Chapter 32-39. The Chaos Demon Ape shot out a destructive light rain. It was countless strands of demonic light that instantly drowned the Kuan dragon in the light rain. Roar! Kuan Long's roar could be heard from within the rain of light rays. Even though he had cast the insect race's secret art and turned himself into a battle maniac, he was still no match for the Chaos Demon Ape. In just an instant, Kuan Long's mortal body was penetrated by the rain of light rays. His body melted like snow under the scorching sun. The concentrated light rays pierced through everything. Even Kuan Long's blood droplets were penetrated by the rain of light rays. His Yuan Shin couldn't escape the fate of being penetrated. Kuan Long's figure disappeared in the rain of light rays. How can the chaotic creatures be defeated so easily? Tsang Ke was in disbelief. That Kuan Long shouldn't have been defeated so easily by the Chaos Demon Ape. But under the Chaos Demon Ape's attack, Kuan Long was destroyed by the rain of light rays. Haha, hand it over. You lost. The Demon Rock Lady was overjoyed. She was overjoyed to be able to obtain an item from the previous era. Gu Fei was puzzled. Why did Tsang Ke think that the chaotic creatures would win? At this moment, the rain of light rays disappeared and the chaos demon ape appeared in the void. He then hooked his finger at the chaotic creatures. "Come at me together. I will kill all of you." The chaos demon ape's arrogant words enraged the chaotic creatures. "Humph, do you really think you have one?" The leader of the chaotic creatures, Kuan Yuan, stared at the chaos demon ape and sneered. "What?" The chaos demon ape was taken aback. At this moment, he sensed a dangerous aura that made his heart palpitate and instantly shrouded him. In the next moment, the chaos demon ape realized that he couldn't move. Something's wrong. In the sky, Gufei couldn't help but frown upon seeing this. Haha, things have really taken a turn for the better. At this moment, it was Song Kei's turn to be delighted. How can this be? He's already turned into nothingness. How can he still come back to life? The demon rock lady was shocked. However, a strong life force erupted from the chaos demon ape's body. Unknowingly, the chaos demon ape had possessed the chaos demon ape's body. "If you want to kill me, I'll drag you down with me." A wave of spiritual will spread out from the chaos demon ape's body. A dragon's shadow emerged from the chaos demon ape's body and wrapped around him tightly. What? The chaos demon ape was shocked. What kind of secret technique was this? At this time, even Gufei couldn't help but be moved. He had personally witnessed the Kuan dragon being obliterated by the chaos devil dragon's devilish light in the void. Even its primordial spirit was destroyed, but it was still alive and so powerful. Kuan Long is finished. The group of chaotic creatures fell silent and looked at the scene in front of them quietly. At this moment, Kuan Yuan, who was in the lead, took off the black mask on his face. Behind the mask was a human face. It was the face of a young man with sword-like eyebrows. He was incomparably handsome. However, those eyes were not the eyes of a human. They were a pair of chaotic pupils, and there seemed to be a world of chaos in the depths of those pupils. The 11 chaos creatures behind Kuan Yuan also took off their black wooden masks. These fellas, when Gufei saw the appearance of those chaotic creatures, he was taken aback. All of these chaotic creatures had ferocious faces. They all had humanoid bodies, but they weren't humans. Behind Kuan Yuan, there was a chaotic creature with scarlet scales on its face. Even its eyes were hidden beneath the scales. As soon as it closed its eyes, the creature's eyes would instantly disappear. Another chaos creature had a skull under his mask. It was the skull of a dragon with the horns of an ancestral dragon. In the skull, there was a soul fire that was as dazzling as the sun. The black wooden mask isolated the aura of these chaos creatures. Once the black wooden mask was taken off, the aura of these chaos creatures burst out. Over a dozen chaotic creatures released their powerful auras together. Instantly, the weather changed and the sun and the moon dimmed. These were all chaos creatures. They were naturally close to the power of chaos. Torrential chaos chi spread out from their bodies and enveloped the entire void in an instant. Kuan Long, you didn't embarrass the insect race. Kuan Yuan stared at the chaos demon ape in front of him and said solemnly. He did not make a move to save the chaos demon ape, even though they were from the same race. Roar! At this time, the chaos dragon that Kuan Long had transformed into roared. Primal chaos fire surged out of his dragon body. This was the life true fire formed by burning his true essence. It had an extremely terrifying power. This kind of primal chaos flame that was formed from burning quintessential essence was many times more powerful than ordinary primal chaos flames. The chaos demon ape's stone-like body immediately turned red when it was burned by the chaos fire. It even showed signs of melting. What? The chaos demon ape was extremely shocked. One must know that his physique was extremely strong. Ordinary divine weapons would not be able to hurt him at all. However, the chaotic fire could hurt his stone-like demonic body. Seeing this, Song K couldn't feel happy anymore. The Chaos Demon Ape was Gu Fei's subordinate. If he died like this, Gu Fei would suffer a great loss. The Chaos Demon Ape isn't weak either. Gu Fei said. He wasn't worried about the demonic ape because it was already an incomparably powerful existence before it was refined into a stone battle demon by the ancestor of the demonic god extermination palace. It already had 1 foot in the sovereign realm. If it wasn't captured by the ancestor of the god exterminating demon palace and refined into a stone battle demon, it would have become an invincible existence among the supremes. Even though it had been refined into a stone statue battle demon by the primogenitor of the demon-destroying palace, this Chaos Demon Ape still had the means to preserve a wisp of its memories, so it hadn't completely turned into a walking corpse. As expected, as soon as Gu Fei finished speaking, the Chaos Demon Ape attacked. You want to drag me down with you? Do you have the right to do so? The Chaos Demon Ape sneered. Then a shadow of the Chaos Demon Ape emerged from his body and blocked the fire of chaos on his body. Today, I will let you noble fellas know what it means to court death. The Chaos Magic Ape roared furiously, and a powerful chaos power erupted. The shadow of the Chaos Magic Ape that emerged from his body reached out and grabbed the Chaos Dragon that was entangled around him. Then it pulled with all its might and tore the Chaos Dragon into 2. What? Chapter 3240. The battle between the Chaos Demon Ape and Kuan Long had come to an end. Kuan Long had no choice but to go all out. He used some kind of secret technique to burn his life force to unleash his greatest power. However, even so, Kuan Long was powerless to turn the situation around. The Chaos Demon Ape had the supreme bloodline flowing in his body, and the power of the bloodline was fully unleashed at this moment. A powerful shadow of a Chaos Demon Ape emerged from his body and emitted a terrifying aura. It was as though the extreme Demon Ape had appeared in the world. The shadow of the Chaos Demon Ape tore the Chaos Dragon that was coiling around the Chaos Demon Ape into 2. It was extremely ferocious. Witnessing the scene, the group of chaotic creatures were dumbfounded. Never had they imagined that this lowly being would actually be so powerful. This is the aura of an apex expert, Kuan Yuan muttered to himself. Although the shadow of the Chaos Demon Ape was faint and illusory, the aura it exuded shocked him. That was the aura of a true apex expert. Kuan Yuan and Kuan Long could use supreme power, but they weren't true apex experts. On the other hand, the shadow that emerged from the Chaos Demon Ape emitted a wave of energy that belonged to a true apex expert. Roar! I can't accept this. Kuan Long wailed. The dragon that was torn apart by the shadow of the Chaos Demon Ape gradually disappeared into the void. His body and soul were truly destroyed. He used this secret technique with intention of perishing together with the Chaos Demon Ape, and he almost succeeded. Unfortunately, he didn't expect the Chaos Demon Ape to possess a supreme bloodline. This lowly creature in their eyes was actually the descendant of an apex expert. How is this possible? Kuan Long wasn't willing to die just like that. When the last trace of his consciousness dissipated in the void and returned to the world, he was truly dead. The group of chaotic creatures didn't seem too sad about Kuan Long's death. However, their expressions were solemn. Kuan Long is actually dead. After a long while, some of the chaotic creatures recovered from their shock. Kuan Long's death made them feel immense pressure. Apart from the chaos ancestral lands, there were also living beings in other worlds that could cultivate to become supreme powerhouses. However, it was not the living beings in the chaos ancestral lands who could become supreme powerhouses. In the eyes of the chaotic creatures that didn't come from the chaotic ancestral land, no matter how powerful they were nothing in their eyes. They were all lowly creatures. At this moment, the Chaos Devil Ape shadow that emerged from the Chaos Devil Ape's body entered his body again and disappeared. Do you really want to kill me to avenge that guy? Come, I'll give you a chance. Come at me together, I'll kill all of you." The Chaos Demon Ape laughed heartily at the group of chaotic creatures. "Reckless fool!" The leader, Kuan Yuan, shook his head helplessly. He was not a Kuan dragon. Shwa! He took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. When he reappeared in the next moment, he was already above the Chaos Demon Ape. "Rumble!" Kuan Yuan stomped his foot down and the entire void collapsed. A terrifying destructive aura descended and instantly enveloped the Chaos Demon Ape below. Bang! The Chaos Demon Ape didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly punched upwards, and violent, chaotic, demonic power exploded on his fist. Two powerful forces collided with each other. Kuan Yuan was sent flying into the sky, while the Chaos Demon Ape was stomped down by Kuan Yuan. The Chaos Demon Ape was like a meteorite that fell from the sky. Boom! He smashed into the ground, causing the ground to shake and dust to rise. Roar! The Chaos Demon Ape's deep voice came from the depths of the ground. In the next moment, the ground suddenly exploded and a demonic shadow rushed up to the sky. The most powerful energy, fluctuations, erupted from his body. At this moment, Kuan Yuan rushed down from the sky and started fighting with the Chaos Demon Ape. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. The Chaos Demon Ape didn't seem to be a match for this fella, and was suppressed in just one exchange. Ha ha ha! The metal piece from the previous era is in my hands. The Chaos Demon Ape and the Chaos Demon Ape made a bet. Although there were twists and turns in the process, the Chaos Demon Ape still won in the end. Song Kei's heart was bleeding when he lost the black metal piece. He actually misjudged the Chaos Demon Ape, and the Chaos Demon Ape lost. How was this possible? The Chaos Demon Ape was the heaven patroller of this world. He was definitely the strongest existence in this world. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to become a heaven patroller. However, when these heaven patrollers encountered the power of an extreme Tao Supreme, they would also be killed. At this moment, Gu Fei could tell that the Chaos Demon Ape was at a disadvantage. Kuan Yuan's cultivation and combat power were above Kuan Long's. Kuan Long couldn't compare to him. Boom! With a loud bang, the Chaos Demon Ape was sent flying. What goes around comes around. Damn it! The Chaos Demon Ape roared and turned to leave. He had no chance of winning against such a powerful existence. However, Kuan Yuan wouldn't let him go. He wanted to take revenge for Kuan Long and kill the Chaos Demon Ape. Rumble! The void trembled as a huge hand descended from the sky towards the Chaos Fiend Ape. Terrifying waves of energy gushed down from the huge hand. Even the void was destroyed by the force of the attack. Roar! The Chaos Demon Ape roared and attacked with all his might, wanting to break through the giant hand and escape. However, he had just activated the bloodline power in his body and consumed too much of his energy. Right now, he wouldn't be able to use his bloodline power again in a short period of time. This way, the Chaos Demon Ape would be in danger. Swish! At this moment, a pitch-black thread suddenly pierced through the huge hand descending from the sky. An extremely cold aura immediately spread out, as if the void was about to solidify. The huge hand also stopped in the void. At the same time, a dragon claw grabbed towards Kuan Yuan. Extreme energy erupted. This was the attack of the dragon head demon. The Chaos Demon Ape took the opportunity to escape from the giant hand. Lowly creature, do you want to gang up on me? Come at me together then. Kuan Yuan sneered as he glanced in the direction of Gu Fei and the others. Humph, you still don't know who the lowly creature is? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Chapter 3241. As the leader of this group of chaotic creatures, Kuan Yuan's cultivation level was naturally the highest among the 13 chaotic creatures. He was even stronger than the Kuan dragon that was killed by the Chaos Demon Ape. The insect race was also a strong race in the Chaos Origin ancestral land. Such a race might have supreme experts presiding over it. The supreme experts in the Chaos Origin Ancestral Land were the extreme Tao Supremes. In the Chaos Origin Ancestral Land, the extreme Tao Supremes were known as the Supreme Experts. In the Chaos Origin Ancestral Land, there might be existences that surpassed the Supreme Experts. Of course, this was also a legend in the Chaos Origin Ancestral Land. The Chaos Origin Ancestral Land was seen by the chaotic creatures as the primogenitor of the countless worlds in the chaos. All the worlds were born on the basis of the Chaos Origin Ancestral Land. It was also because of this that the chaotic creatures that came from the Chaos Origin Ancestral Land thought that they were more noble than the other worlds. However, in Gu Fei's opinion, these chaotic creatures didn't seem to be that noble. Boom! At this moment, Kuan Yuan showed his prowess. A wave of chaos power erupted from his body and directly sent the Chaos Demon Ape, the Supreme Een Demon Spider, and the Dragon Head Demon flying. Kuan Yuan's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. He had resolved the attacks of the 3 stone statue demons in an instant, and even sent them flying. Lowly creatures are lowly creatures, after all. They can't even withstand a single blow. Kuan Yuan was extremely domineering. He glanced coldly in the direction of Gu Fei's group and revealed a look of indifference and disdain. One had to admit that he had a handsome face that was rarely seen in the world. Moreover, he had a young face. If it wasn't for the chaotic light lingering in his eyes, no one would be able to tell if he was a human. His eyes were definitely a great killing weapon. Which one of you is interested in meeting him? Gu Fei looked at Kuan Yuan and said to Tsang Ke and the demonic rock lady, "I'll do it. I'll beat this guy to death." Tsang Ke said coldly. He had just lost a rusty metal piece from the previous era to the demonic rock lady. This made him so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He had nowhere to vent his anger. "Okay." Gu Fei nodded. Swoosh! Tsang Ke took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. The next moment, a fist appeared in front of Kuan Yuan, smashing towards his extremely handsome face. At that moment, the 3 war golems wanted to continue fighting. However, Gu Fei sent them a voice transmission to stop them. Kuan Yuan's figure instantly dissipated in the void. What Tsang Ke's fist hit was only an afterimage of Kuan Yuan. Kuan Yuan's real body had already disappeared. This guy does have some ability. Seeing this scene from afar, Gu Fei was slightly moved. Kuan Yuan could actually dodge Tsang Ke's attack. This meant that this fellow had the ability to fight Tsang, Quebec. In the next moment, Kuan Yuan's figure appeared behind Tsang Quebec. Then he pointed a finger at the back of Tsang Ke's head. A beam of chaotic light immediately pierced through Kuan Yuan's finger. However, Tsang Ke did not dodge. He allowed the chaotic light to pierce the back of his head. However, the chaotic light could not break through his skin, let alone hurt him. Haha, it's like scratching an itch. Is that all you can do, noble fellow? Tsang Ke turned around slowly and looked at Kuan Yuan with a faint smile. A powerful aura spread from his body, causing the void around him to tremble. Seeing this scene, the group of chaotic creatures in the distance were already dumbfounded. This fellow was actually unafraid of Kuan Yuan's attack. How was this possible? Kuan Yuan was an existence of the supreme experts. All the chaotic creatures were in disbelief. Even Kuan Yuan himself was in disbelief. Could this fellow's physical body be even stronger than that of a supreme expert? Kuan Yuan's guess was right. Tsang Ke really did have a strong physical body and power at the supreme expert level. However, he could not use the supreme experts' nomological laws. In fact, supreme experts were not terrifying because of their power, but because of their perfect great path nomological laws. Tsang Ke's cultivation had already fallen from the extreme grade realm. He could not use the extreme grade nomological laws. This was the essential difference between him and other extreme grade supremes. However, he possessed a powerful physical body that was truly at the extreme grade level. To a certain extent, This extreme grade level physical body had already reached a level where it was neither alive nor dead, so ordinary attacks couldn't destroy it. How can your physical body be so strong? Kuan Yuan was shocked when he saw that his finger couldn't hurt Song Ke at all. He was the existence closest to the supreme expert level in the insect race. Why don't you guess? Song Ke suddenly grinned and pounced towards Kuan Yuan. He stretched out his hand, and his palm instantly grew to the size of a mountain, enveloping Kuan Yuan. The power of the extreme grade erupted. Song Ke's palm shackled the heaven and earth. At the same time, it also shackled Kuan Yuan, who was below the palm. What? Kuan Yuan's soul was trembling. He felt as though the void around him had solidified. He couldn't move at all and could only watch as the huge palm slammed down from the sky. This fellow, is he in supreme expert? When Kuan Yuan thought of this, he was scared out of his wits. He knew very well how strong and supreme expert was. If Song Ke was really in supreme expert, he wouldn't be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. Looking at this scene, Gu Fei and the demonic rock lady were calm, as they knew that although these chaotic creatures were strong, they were far from being a match for Song Ke. Song Ke used to be a supreme god ancestor, be it cultivation level or combat power. Kuan Yuan couldn't compare with him. The chaos demonic ape and the other stone statue demons were shocked too. Song Ke's combat power was much stronger than theirs. You made me lose a supreme treasure. I want your lives. Song Ke shouted angrily, just as his palm was about to hit Kuan Yuan. A chaotic divine light suddenly shot out from the top of Kuan Yuan's head. A strong force burst out from the chaotic divine light and broke the seal of Song Ke's huge palm. At the same time, a figure appeared from the chaotic divine light. This is, under the cover of the chaotic divine light, Kuan Yuan regained his freedom and was no longer shackled. He stared at the figure in the sky in shock. How dare you hurt my descendant? You're courting death. Chapter 3242. Song Ke's attack was naturally extraordinary. Even if Kuan Long could easily defeat the Chaos Demon Ape, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from Song Quebec. With just a single move, Song Ke was able to kill Kuan Long. This was the difference between Song Ke and Kuan Long. However, just as Song Ke was about to kill Kuan Long, a chaotic divine light rushed out from the top of Kuan Long's head. An incomparably powerful figure appeared between the heavens and earth. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from this figure, causing the entire world to tremble. It was as though an extreme Tao sovereign had appeared in the world. At this moment, all living beings in the chaos demon world felt this aura. Countless living beings were terrified to the extreme. Even those who were watching from afar felt their hearts palpitating. This battle had alarmed many experts. Some of the superforces had sent their experts to watch from afar. No one dared to get too close to a battle of this level. Haha, a mere clone dares to be so arrogant in front of me? At this moment, Song Ke laughed. How dare you act so insolently in front of me, the chaos primogenitor? You're dead. The figure looked down at Song Quebec. The aura exuded from the blurry figure grew even stronger. It felt as though the sky was about to collapse. The void felt as though it was about to explode. The energy fluctuations from the blurry figure were too strong. Is it really the primogenitor? Kuan Yuan was shocked to the extreme. He looked at the figure in the sky, and his voice was trembling. One had to know that this was the primogenitor of the insect race. The primogenitor of the insect race had hidden an incarnation in his body. Even he didn't know about it. It was his honor to be chosen by the primogenitor. As the primogenitor of the insect race, he was naturally mysterious. Even the important figures of the insect race had not seen this primogenitor before. Not even Kuan Yuan had seen him before. Chaos primogenitor. Haha, what a joke. Song Ke laughed loudly. Gu Fei, who was far in the sky, was also shocked. To think that an incarnation of the chaos primogenitor would appear at this moment. Could this so-called chaos primogenitor be an extreme Tao sovereign? Who is the primal chaos primogenitor? Is he that powerful? The demon rock lady said in disdain. This was just a clone, and yet it dared to proclaim itself as the primogenitor of chaos? Even living beings like them, who were born from chaos, did not dare to proclaim themselves as the primogenitor of chaos. Lowly creature, you dare to look down on me? The indistinct figure's voice was incomparably majestic, like a high and mighty ruler looking down at the ants beneath his feet. So what if I look down on you? Tsang K said coldly as he stared at the blurry figure. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as a powerful battle intent erupted from his body. Die. That figure merely uttered a single word before stretching out his hand and grabbing towards Tsang. Quebec extreme power burst forth, and that grab of the figure seemed to be grabbing the entire void of the world in his hand. Although the huge hand hadn't really grabbed him, Tsang K already felt his body tighten. It was as if there was an invisible force in the void that was imprisoning him. Humph! Tsang K sneered. His body trembled. An invisible force was immediately dispersed. He instantly regained his freedom. Have a taste of my palm as well. Tsang K roared in rage and slammed his palm upwards. Raging divine power soared into the sky and instantly collided with the big hand that was grabbing him. Boom! The moment the two forces of extreme power clashed, a loud explosion was heard. At the next moment, the destructive power that spread out caused the entire void of the world to tremble violently like waves. The energy ripples that came down from the sky caused the entire ground to collapse. One after another, mountains crumbled and turned into dust. The dozens of chaotic living beings were blown away by a strong gust of wind and disappeared in an instant. Virum. At this moment, an ancient cauldron rushed out from Gu Fei's body. A chaotic force spread out from the ancient cauldron, blocking off the mighty energy ripples. Two incomparably powerful figures moved rapidly in the void. It was as if two extreme supreme beings were fighting. The power that erupted from them was extremely powerful. Even Kuan Yuan, whose cultivation was close to that of a supreme being, couldn't withstand such power. However, under the protection of that figure, he didn't feel any discomfort at all. That figure was merely a clone. Even if it could use a little bit of the extreme law, it definitely wasn't Tsang K's opponent. This was because Tsang K possessed an extremely powerful physical body. An extremely powerful physical body possessed the strength of an extreme law. Sometimes absolute power could destroy everything. Even a little bit of the extreme law of the clone could be destroyed. Boom! Tsang K executed a killing technique and blasted the clone and Kuan Yuan away. Roar! Kuan Yuan roared furiously. Although Tsang K's attack wasn't aimed at him, the powerful impact still made him suffer. Cracks appeared on his body, and it seemed like he would shatter at any moment. With Tsang K's attack, these guys are doomed. Demon Rock Lady, who was standing beside Gu Fei, said. Tsang K's strength was undeniable. He was once a supreme god ancestor. Back in the ancestral god realm, Tsang K was a supreme being. It's hard to say now. Gu Fei looked at the scene in front of him, and his eyes became incomparably deep. What did you say? Demon Rock Lady looked at Gu Fei in disbelief. Did she see wrongly? Tsang K already had the upper hand and was suppressing his opponent. How could he still not win? See for yourself, Gu Fei said. Demon Rock Lady was stunned. She looked forward and saw that the clone that claimed to be the Chaos Ancestor had rushed into Kuan Yuan's body. This, Demon Rock Lady couldn't help but be shocked when she saw this. Roar! At this moment, Kuan Yuan roared and an extremely powerful wave of energy erupted from his body. He seemed to have turned into an extreme supreme being. Kill! Kuan Yuan suddenly stopped struggling and roaring. Then he let out a strange smile and shouted at Tsang Quebec. He directly attacked Tsang Quebec. Kuan Yuan waved his hand, and rays of chaotic energy transformed into divine light that rushed out from his hand and pierced towards Tsang Quebec. At this moment, the primal chaos primogenitor's incarnation had entered Kuin Yuan's body and was made of flesh and blood. This way, the primal chaos primogenitor's incarnation could use all sorts of killing techniques. Chapter 3243. The incarnation of the chaos ancestor actually took over Kuin Yuan's body. This way, the incarnation had a body of flesh and blood and could perform all sorts of killing techniques. One should know that most killing techniques could only be performed with a body of flesh and blood. The incarnation of the chaos ancestor was just a shadow. However, it was different now. The incarnation of the chaos ancestor had taken over Kuin Yuan's body. Kuin Yuan seemed to have turned into a supreme expert in an instant. The power that emanated from his body shook the heaven and earth. As long as he willed it, he could destroy the heaven and earth. It gave off a supreme feeling that he was above all the living beings in the world. At this moment, the souls of countless living beings in the chaos demon world were trembling. They had an urge to kneel down in the direction of the figure. The incarnation of the chaos ancestor seems to be quite capable. In the sky, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he saw the figure. This technique could only be performed by a supreme existence. Without a doubt, this so-called chaos primogenitor was definitely an extreme supreme being. Otherwise, how could a mere incarnation possess such power? It's just an incarnation after all. The demonic rock lady said disapprovingly. She was once the extreme demon ancestor, so she naturally knew about such techniques. She didn't think that the chaos ancestor could defeat Song Ke with such techniques. Haha, let's see how it goes. Gu Fei laughed. At this moment, the two experts had already started fighting. The aura of the supreme path was vast. Song Ke's face was extremely solemn. 9 Tao patterns appeared on his body, and the power of the supreme path erupted from his body. However, if one looked closely, the 9 Tao patterns that emerged from Song Ke's body were filled with almost invisible cracks. This was the reason why he had fallen from the Supreme Path realm. It was originally a flawless Tao pattern, but a crack had appeared, and the perfect Great Tao became flawed. With a flawed Great Tao, one naturally wouldn't be an extreme supreme. Boom! Bang! 2 powerful silhouettes moved rapidly in the void, constantly clashing. The power of the extreme Tao level erupted, and the void was directly blasted apart. Many pitch-black spatial holes appeared in the void, and each of the spatial holes was filled with vast and mighty primal chi. These 2 fellows were simply like 2 gods of destruction. Everywhere they passed, the void would explode and primal chaos chi would be blasted out. This was a power that could destroy the world. The sky was trembling, and the stars in the sky were shaking as if they would fall from the starry sky at any moment. They seemed to be evenly matched. The Chaos Devil Ape said, "The battle prowess displayed by these 2 fellows was indeed much stronger than theirs." They couldn't help but feel unconvinced. No matter what world one was in, the rule of the strong was still an unchanging truth. If one's fist was harder than others, then one would be the boss. If others' fists were harder than one's, then that person would be the boss. It was that simple. Upon hearing the Chaos Demon Ape's words, the magic rock lady smiled without saying a word. As for Gu Fei, he had been watching the battle in front of him. He had cultivated the martial path Heaven's Eye, and he could see every movement of these 2 fellows clearly. Such a battle was very important to him. He wanted to take that step forward, but he could only fumble around on his own. He needed to learn from others, and this was the best example. This was because Song Ke and the Chaos Ancestors incarnation were existences that were infinitely close to the extreme Tao. Although they weren't extreme Tao supremes, every move they made released a kind of natural Tao aura. Gu Fei was capturing the traces of Tao aura that were infinitely close to the extreme Tao realm. Kill! At this moment, Song Ke directly executed his killing technique and attacked Kuan Yuan. Rays of divine light interweaved in the void, forming a huge net that enveloped Kuan Yuan. Kuan Yuan smiled and directly charged into the huge net formed by the interweaving divine light. He was actually walking right into the trap. This Kuan Yuan was naturally no longer the Kuan Yuan from before. This Kuan Yuan's physical body had already been taken over by the incarnation of the Chaos Ancestor. Fortunately, Kuan Yuan's physical body was strong enough. Otherwise, Kuan Yuan's physical body would have instantly crumbled the moment the Chaos Ancestor took over. Swoosh! The Chaos Ancestor raised his hand and shot out a ray of divine light. That ray of divine light instantly broke a hole in the huge net that enveloped Kuan Yuan. The primal chaos, primogenita, charged through the opening in the net. Roar! The Chaos Ancestor roared angrily. His body swayed, and he directly transformed into an extremely terrifying chaos beast that pounced towards Tsang Quebec. As he pounced, the entire void immediately broke into pitch-black spatial cracks. Isn't he just a beast born from the chaos? How dare he call himself the Chaos Ancestor? What a joke! Song Ke said disdainfully. At the same time, he waved both his hands, and an extreme Tao divine light shot up into the sky, slashing towards the chaos beast that was pouncing towards him. Clang! The chaos beast directly reached out its claws and slapped the extreme Tao divine light that shot up into the sky. A strong force exploded, and the extreme Tao divine light was actually slapped away by the chaos beast's claws. Then it shattered in the void. In the next moment, Song Ke was actually sent flying. What? In the distant sky, Gu Fei and the others who were using the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect themselves could not help but be astonished when they saw this scene. It seemed like the Chaos Ancestor's incarnation was not that simple. Damn it! Song Ke was sent flying thousands of feet away. He steadied himself, and his body emitted a towering divine light that lit up the entire sky. The 9 incomplete, extreme Dao patterns that rushed out of Song Ke's body directly turned into 9 extremely dazzling sword lights that floated around him. Every beam of sword light radiated with extreme grade sword chi. Of course, this was only the power of extreme grade. There were no fluctuations of extreme grade laws radiating from the sword light. Hence, this was purely the power of the extreme Tao. When one's cultivation reached the extreme Tao realm, the power of the extreme Tao did not mean everything. The perfect great Tao laws were the most important. The extreme Tao laws were even more terrifying than the power of the extreme Tao. This was because the cultivation of the extreme Tao supremacy had already surpassed the scope of power. Go. Song Ke did not hesitate. He waved his right hand, and the 9 sword lights that floated around him immediately pierced through the chaos beast that was attacking him. Everywhere the 9 sword lights passed, the void was directly destroyed. The vast and mighty sword chi waves even affected the stars in the starry sky, causing them to tremble. Song Ke had already used the killing technique that he could use. The 9 sword lights were extremely fast. In an instant, they pierced through the chaos beast. The extremely strong chaos beast did not even have a chance to dodge. Roar! The chaos beast roared crazily. The 9 sword lights left 9 penetrating holes in its body. Chaos blood kept flowing out of the holes. A terrifying power of destruction was destroying its life force. Its body was being destroyed. After the 9 sword lights pierced through the chaos beast's body, they did not dissipate. Instead, they flew back to Song Ke's side and floated around him. At this moment, the chaos beast disappeared. Kuan Yuan's figure appeared in the void. There were also 9 holes in his body, and chaos blood was flowing out. You, the Chaos Ancestor, looked at Song Ke in disbelief. Then, with a boom, his body exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. A blurry figure also disappeared in the void with the dissipation of the blood mist. At this moment, Song Ke wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Then he retracted the 9 extreme Tao patterns. The 9 sword lights turned back into Tao patterns and disappeared into his body. See, how can an incarnation fight against Sankei? Demonic rock, lady said. She had already expected such an outcome. Hearing this, Gu Fei nodded and did not say anything. After all, Sankei used to be extreme Tao god ancestor. If he could not even deal with an incarnation, he would be too useless. However, Gu Fei also knew that he could not fathom the methods of extreme Tao Supreme Master. Even an incarnation was enough to destroy existences like them. Only Sankei and Demonic Rock Lady, who used to be extreme Tao Supreme Master, knew how powerful and terrifying such existences were. All right, you guys go and kill those noble guys. Then gather the scattered people. We're going back. Gu Fei ordered the Chaos Demon Ape and the other 2 stone statue demons. Yes, the Chaos Demon Ape, the Tai-In Demon Spider, and the Dragon Head Demon quickly accepted the order and rushed into the distance. The group of chaotic creatures were swept away by the aftermath of the battle between Sankei and the Chaos Ancestor. These guys did not die. Instead, they hid and watched the battle from afar. At this moment, when those guys saw the Chaos Demon Ape and the other stone statue demons rushing towards them, these so-called noble guys turned around and fled. Some of the chaotic creatures directly crushed the secret treasures in their hands and instantly disappeared into the void, fleeing directly. However, not all the chaotic creatures had secret treasures that could allow them to escape directly. This was because such secret treasures were only owned by the descendants of the big clans. In this way, 6 of the 11 chaotic creatures had escaped, leaving only 5. This is outrageous. Seeing this, the Chaos Demon Ape and the other stone statue demons could not help but be furious. Before they reached the 5 chaotic creatures, they had already attacked. Countless demonic lights rushed out from their bodies and directly engulfed the 5 chaotic creatures. Those chaotic creatures only had time to let out a blood-curdling screech before they died. However, 6 chaotic creatures escaped, which made the Chaos Demon Ape and the other stone statue demons very depressed. Just as the Chaos Demon Ape and the other stone statue demons were attacking the chaotic creatures, Mo Mingtian had already gathered many scattered cultivators from Black Demon Mountain. Even Phoenix Sparrow Demon Girl heard the news and appeared. Chapter 3244. On that day, when the 13 chaotic creatures attacked, the experts of Black Demon Mountain were defeated and scattered by the 13 chaotic creatures. However, many of them managed to escape safely. Only Demon Venerable Luopong was unlucky and died in the hands of a chaotic creature. Blood Devil, the Meng brothers, and the demonic Rock Emperor saw that the situation was not good and immediately fled. They fled even faster than Mystical Demon Mountain Master. However, Mystical Demon Mountain Master, Phoenix Sparrow Witch, and the others were a step slower and were almost wiped out by the 13 chaotic creatures. It should be known that Blood Devil, the Meng brothers, the demonic Rock Emperor, and Mo Mingtian were not cultivators of Mystical Demon Mountain. They only listened to Gu Fei's orders. Therefore, Mystical Demon Mountain was not in charge of these guys. If they wanted to escape, he could not stop them. However, it was a fact that the people of Mystical Demon Mountain were almost wiped out by the 13 chaotic creatures. If they were a step slower, they would have been long gone from this world. No one knew why the chaotic creatures attacked Mystical Demon Mountain, but this was not something Gu Fei wanted to know. Whoever dared to provoke him would suffer serious consequences. This time, only 6 of the 13 chaotic creatures managed to escape. The rest were all killed. The fall of the chaotic creatures would definitely set off an unimaginable storm, but Gu Fei did not care. After all, he was just a passerby in the chaotic demon realm. Gu Fei had no intention of attacking the Stone Demon Clan and the Willow Demon Clan, but the Stone Demon Clan and the Willow Demon Clan had to pay a price. He sent Blood Devil to the Stone Demon Clan and the Willow Demon Clan. Blood Devil's purpose in going to the two primitive demons was very simple. He wanted to send a message to the two clans that Gu Fei wanted to borrow a teleportation formation platform. Gu Fei knew that when the passageway between the chaotic demon realm and the ancestral god realm was still there, the creatures of the two worlds could travel between them. As the primitive demons, the Stone Demon Tribe and the Willow Demon Tribe should have set up a teleportation formation in the ancestral god realm. In the ancestral lands of the Stone Demon Clan and the Willow Demon Clan, there was a corresponding teleportation formation. The two clans could sense each other, so they could naturally teleport across realms. What? Does this malefic star want to leave the Chaos Demon realm? The patriarch of the Stone Demon Clan, Shi Hong, and the patriarch of the Willow Demon Clan, Lu Tianzheng, were both surprised. This fiend only wanted to borrow the portal. Then what about our Grand Mist Chaos Demon Bead? It's still in that evil star's hands. The patriarch of the Stone Devil Clan, Shi Hong, said fiercely. The primordial Chaos Demon Bead had been seized by Gu Fei from the Stone Infant. Of course, since even the primordial Chaos Demon Bead had been seized, the Stone Infant was naturally dead. The Stone Demon Clan wanted to take back the primordial Chaos Demon Bead from Gu Fei's hands. But Gu Fei was not someone to be trifled with. It was impossible for the Stone Demon Clan to take anything from him. The same was true for the Willow Demon Clan. A willow twig from their ancestor had been taken away, and the person who took it was none other than Gu Fei. However, Lu Tianzheng did not dare to attack Gu Fei recklessly. Those guys who attacked the mystical Demon Mountain last time had already made a mess of themselves. Even if they wanted to attack Gu Fei, they would need to have a detailed plan. But now, Gu Fei actually wanted to borrow their portal. Should he or should he not? This gave the patriarch of the Stone Demon Clan, Shi Hong, a huge headache. Another person who had a headache was the patriarch of the Willow Demon Clan, Lu Tianzheng. If they did not lend it, they would offend Gu Fei, and the consequences would be unpredictable. In Lu Tianzheng's opinion, Gu Fei was a malefic star. No one could guess what he would do or how he would react. After Blood Devil delivered the message, he returned. The people of the Stone Demon Clan and the Willow Demon Clan did not make things difficult for him and allowed him to leave. At this moment, no one would dare to offend Gu Fei. After all, this fella had just killed those 13 beings of chaos. His might alone was enough to shock everyone. As for the primitive demons, they naturally knew something about the chaotic creatures. The chaotic creatures were the sky patrollers. In the chaotic demonic realm, they were the supreme rulers. This was not a secret to the primitive demons. These so-called sky patrollers were not recognized by the primitive demons. However, the chaotic creatures were so powerful that even the primitive demons were wary of them. Originally, they thought that Gu Fei and the others would die with the help of the chaotic creatures. Unexpectedly, this guy even dared to kill the chaotic creatures. He was really crazy. The War Demon Clan, which originally pledged allegiance to Gu Fei, drew a clear line with mystical Demon Mountain after the chaotic creatures defeated them. However, at this moment, the higher-ups of the War Demon Clan were filled with regret. No one expected that Gu Fei would return in such a strong manner. Of course, it was impossible for the War Demon Clan to pledge allegiance to Gu Fei. Without the protection of the god destroying Demon Palace and Gu Fei, the War Demon Clan was not far from being exterminated. The chaotic demonic realm was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If a weak clan did not pledge allegiance to a strong clan, there would only be one outcome: extermination. Naturally, the War Demon Clan did not want to be exterminated by other strong clans. At this moment, Gu Fei had no time to pay attention to the War Demon Clan. He was waiting for the reply of the Stone Demon Clan and the Willow Demon Clan. The ancient city that the forces of mystical Demon Mountain once occupied was cleaned up. At this moment, Gu Fei was sitting on the throne in the main hall of the city, Lord Mansion. He was lying lazily on the spacious seat, which was covered with soft fur. It was very comfortable. At this moment, he seemed to not want to do anything. In front of the throne stood many figures. No one said a word. Song K and the magic rock, which were not present, no one knew where they went. Of course, Gu Fei knew that they would definitely return. Just like that, an hour passed. Blood Devil and Phoenix Sparrow, which, who were standing at the front, were sweating profusely. Behind the Blood Devil and the Phoenix Sparrow, which stood many experts from the Black Demon Mountain. Of course, Luo Peng was not among them because he had already died. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard. A figure walked in from outside the main hall. Phoenix Sparrow, Witch, and Blood Devil did not dare to turn around. But soon they knew who it was. It was Demonic Rock Emperor. "Greetings, Master." Demonic Rock Emperor quickly walked to Gu Fei's throne and bowed to Gu Fei. "Speak." Gu Fei did not raise his head and said lazily, "Master, we have not found the Lord of Mystical Demon Mountain." Demonic Rock Emperor said respectfully, "Then go look for him. Why did you come back?" Gu Fei said, "Master, although we have no news of the Lord of Mystical Demon Mountain, we unexpectedly found the whereabouts of the sixth demon lord." Demonic Rock Emperor said, "The sixth demon lord." Gu Fei was not surprised to hear this. To be precise, he did not take the sixth demon lord seriously, so he did not pay much attention to him. That guy is still alive. Gu Fei said, "That day, the sixth demon lord and the Meng brothers fought their way into the depths of the starry sky. The Meng brothers were unable to kill this guy." Demonic Rock Emperor said, "Ever since Gu Fei entered the small world of the Destruction Demon Palace, the ancient city where the cultivators of Mystical Demon Mountain were located had suffered more than 10 attacks. The attacks of these mysterious cultivators naturally could not cause too much damage to the experts of Mystical Demon Mountain, but these harassing attacks were very troublesome. Go tell Mo Mingtian and the Meng brothers to stop what they are doing, then go and get rid of the sixth demon lord." Gu Fei said, "Yes, Master." After receiving the order, Demonic Rock Emperor glanced at Blood Devil and Phoenix Sparrow, which, with a faint smile, then left the main hall. "All right, aren't you guys going to say something?" Gu Fei suddenly raised his head and looked at Phoenix Sparrow, Witch, and Blood Devil. "Master, you—" Phoenix Sparrow, Witch said hesitantly. "All right, all of you can leave." Gu Fei waved his hand impatiently and said, "Yes, Master." Phoenix Sparrow, Witch, and Blood Devil didn't dare to say anything. They carefully retreated out of the hall. The people behind them also retreated out of the hall. "What do you think Master is trying to do?" Outside the main hall, Blood Devil transmitted his voice to Phoenix Sparrow, Witch next to him. "How would I know?" Phoenix Sparrow, Witch said snappily. She had been standing here for the whole morning, but her master didn't say anything. No one knew what her master was thinking. However, Mystic Demon Mountain had suffered a great defeat and was utterly defeated by the 13 chaotic creatures. Countless cultivators had perished in this ancient city. Gu Fei needed an explanation. Even if the 13 chaotic creatures were extremely powerful, Mystical Demon Mountain couldn't have been defeated so thoroughly. Perhaps there was a traitor in the ancient city. Ah, what a headache! On the throne in the main hall, Gu Fei muttered to himself. Whether it was the primitive demons or the chaotic creatures, they weren't easy to deal with. If they were forced into a corner, the consequences would be unimaginable. Of course, the biggest problem was that Gu Fei still hadn't found a way to return to the human world. He could only go to the ancestral god realm to take a look. However, once he left the Chaos Demon realm, the forces he established here would definitely be annexed by other demon Dao forces. This was without a doubt. With the strength of Mystical Demon Mountain's lord and the others, it was impossible for them to compete with the primitive demons who had been passed down for countless years. Song K was going to the ancestral god realm with him. That was his hometown. However, Demon Rock Witch's cultivation wasn't weak. If she was willing to help take care of the guys from Mystical Demon Mountain, He wouldn't have to worry about mystical Demon Mountain being annexed, even if he left the Chaos Demon Realm. Looks like I have to talk to Demon Rock Witch. Chapter 32:45. Naturally, Gu Fei would not give up on the force that he had painstakingly built up. After all, such a force could definitely help him a lot. If he wanted to keep his force in the Chaos Demon Realm after he left, he would have to rely on the Magic Rock Lady. She would probably be happy to help him. However, at this time, the Magic Rock Lady had already left. Even Gu Fei did not know where she went. However, Gu Fei was not worried that the Magic Rock Lady would never return. After all, the ancestral land of the Chaos Demon Rock race was still in Gu Fei's inner world. Unless the Magic Rock Lady did not want the ancestral land of the Chaos Demon Rock race. Sigh, there are really not many people who can really help me. Gu Fei sighed and directly fell asleep on the soft and comfortable throne like an ordinary person. At his level of cultivation, there was no need for him to cultivate. Even if he cultivated with all his might, his cultivation would not improve. Wanting to take that final step was absolutely not an easy thing to do. Since ancient times until now, it was unknown how many genius cultivators had bitterly cultivated for countless years. Yet in the end they either died or were stuck in the quasi-exalted realm for countless years, unable to advance in their cultivation. Only a very small number of people could cultivate the flawless Great Path and obtain the supreme Tao fruit. In fact, Gu Fei cherished the ordinary days that he had experienced with Yin. Birth, old age, sickness, and death. This was the reincarnation of an ordinary person, walking through the human world and forgetting the past, only thinking about the present and the future. This allowed Gu Fei's state of mind to undergo a perfect transformation. His cultivation and combat strength had also greatly improved. However, this method had already been used once. It would not work now. Gu Fei had already entered the human world once. If he entered again, he would not be able to comprehend anything. At this time, Gu Fei completely concealed his aura. He looked like an ordinary person who would also feel sleepy and sleep. Soon, a snoring sound came from the throne of the city, Lord's Mansion. Even the cultivators of Mystic Demon Mountain, who were guarding outside the hall, heard the sound coming from inside the hall. The two guards outside looked at each other in shock. However, they didn't dare to enter the hall because they could only enter if Gu Fei summoned them. Even if the Lord of Mystic Demon Mountain came, it would be the same. Gu Fei was actually sleeping. When the news spread, everyone in the ancient city was indescribably shocked. At his cultivation level, there was no need for him to sleep at all. None of the cultivators in the ancient city knew what Gu Fei was doing. At this time, Mo Mingtian and the Meng brothers were chasing after the sixth demon ancestor in a mountain ridge. The sixth demon ancestor of the exterminating God-Devil Palace had fought with the Meng brothers and had slaughtered his way into the depths of the starry sky. When he sensed that something was wrong, he immediately fled. The sixth demon lord wielded the god-slaying demonic spear, which was an extreme demonic weapon left behind by the primogenitor of the god-slaying demonic palace. Because of this, the Meng brothers allowed the sixth demon ancestor to escape. That was why the Meng brothers didn't kill the sixth demon ancestor. Swish! 3 figures quickly swept through the void and disappeared into the depths of the mountain. They were Mo Mingtian and the Meng brothers. They directly rushed into the depths of the mountain. Mo Mingtian and the Meng brothers directly landed on a mountain peak. This place was filled with devil energy. Black devil clouds floated high up in the sky, blocking the sunlight from the sky, causing the surroundings to be incomparably dark. The surroundings of the mountain range were not barren. There were trees that were commonly seen in the demon plain growing there. The trees were not too tall, and their leaves were as hard as iron. Their trunks were incomparably tough. Most Tao artifacts would be incapable of cutting down these demonic black iron trees. The short black iron devil trees were everywhere in the mountain. It was absolutely not an easy matter for Mo Mingtian and the others to find the sixth demon ancestor. This sixth demon ancestor was very cunning and would not be easily found. Preposterous! Mo Mingtian was filled with hatred. He was truly unwilling to let that guy escape. One must know that his master had already ordered them to kill the sixth demon ancestor. That guy must be hiding nearby. The eldest of the Meng brothers said with certainty, the sixth demon ancestor could not have escaped far because they had been chasing after him. That's right. The second brother of the Meng family said, let's split up. Mo Mingtian said, without waiting for the Meng brothers to speak. His figure flashed and disappeared from the mountain peak. His speed was extremely fast. The Meng brothers glanced at each other. Then they turned into black and white devil lights and disappeared into the void. Swish! Just as Mo Mingtian and the Meng brothers left, a devil shadow walked out from the side of the mountain. A bunch of fools. The devil shadow sneered and said, this guy was the sixth demon ancestor of the God Extermination Demon Palace. He was hiding at the side just now, but Mo Mingtian and the others could not sense his existence. The sixth demon ancestor was about to leave, but at this moment, a wave of divine will enveloped him instantly. He was truly shocked by it. Junior, why are you leaving so quickly? A black shadow appeared in front of the sixth demon ancestor. This person was a tall old man in black robes. His body was shrouded in devil chi and was faintly discernible. It's you. The sixth demon ancestor was startled when he saw the old man. This guy was very hard to deal with. He was even harder to deal with than Mo Mingtian. If you know what's good for you, then get lost. The sixth demon ancestor stared at the old man. His eyes were as sharp as the edge of a blade, as if it could pierce through the void. Little guy, you must know how to respect the old and cherish the young. The old man did not mind and said indifferently. Two bloody lights were faintly discernible in the devil chi. That was his gaze. Flaunting your seniority, respect your head. The sixth demon ancestor clenched his teeth and said, the current situation was very unfavorable for him. Those guys who just left might return soon. This was definitely not a good thing. Roar. At this moment, an angry roar came from afar. **T, the sixth devil lord was truly taken aback right now. What he feared had really come true. Get lost. The sixth demon ancestor made his move. He roared and slapped his palm towards the devil shadow in front of him. Terrifying devil chi surged forward like a raging wave. The old man did not dodge. Instead, he stretched out his right hand and slapped forward. Boom! A muffled sound rang out. Two palms instantly collided with each other. Then, the two forces instantly exploded and clashed against each other, forming a terrifying shockwave that spread in all directions. Chapter 3246. Mo Mingtian and the Meng brothers were chasing after the fish that escaped the net of the exterminating demon palace. This fish that escaped the net of the exterminating demon palace was the sixth demon lord. The sixth demon lord was extremely cunning. Moreover, he possessed the exterminating demon spear of the exterminating demon palace. It could be said that this guy was extremely dangerous. Even Mo Mingtian did not dare to be careless. The Meng brothers did not dare to be careless either. One should know that if they were not careful, they would be the ones to die. At this time, the sixth demon lord was intercepted by an old man. Without any suspense, the sixth demon lord and the old man began to fight. Powerful energy waves spread out, shaking the void. Black cracks that were even larger than mountains continued to appear in the void. The two experts moved quickly in the void, clashing with each other continuously. At this moment, a furious roar came from afar. A figure rushed towards the sixth demon ancestor at an extremely fast speed. This person was Mo Mingtian, who had left earlier. At the same time, an incomparably powerful wave of demonic energy came from another direction. Damn it! The sixth demon lord was anxious. He knew that once Mo Mingtian and the Meng brothers arrived, there would only be one ending for him. He would be killed by them. Buzz! At this time, a trembling sound came from his right hand. A demonic spear vibrated in his hand, releasing an unimaginably powerful wave of energy. The sixth demon lord used his exterminating demon weapon. However, the old man dodged at the first moment. Swoosh! At the same time, the sixth demon lord made his move. The demonic spear in his hand turned into an immortal demonic light, piercing towards the retreating old man. The demonic light from the exterminating demon spear was extremely fast. Even though the old man had dodged in advance, the demonic light still caught up to him and pierced through his body. What? The old man was shocked. One should know that this was the power of exterminating demon weapon. Even an existence like Song K would be injured if he was hit by it. This old man was not an ordinary person. He was a descendant of the Chaos Demonic Rock Lady. His status in the Chaos Demonic Rock race was not low. The old man's body, which had been pierced by the extreme demonic spear, began to turn to ash. It was as if he had been burned by demonic fire, and the fire spread from the wound. However, the old man wasn't in a hurry. A black gourd rushed out from his body. The mouth of the gourd emitted a heaven-devouring power that forcefully absorbed the destructive energy that invaded his body. The old man's body was pierced by the demonic light, and wisps of demonic fire were emitted. The demonic gourd swallowed the fire. The wounds on the old man's body immediately regenerated, and he recovered. "Little brat, how dare you hurt your grandfather? Get in here." The old man grabbed the demonic gourd and patted the bottom of the demonic gourd. An even more powerful devouring power immediately surged out of the demonic gourd and swallowed the sixth demon lord. The sixth demon lord was not in the mood to continue fighting. He used the demonic spear in his hand to tear through the void. He then took a step forward and rushed into the chaotic void. Roar! An angry roar was heard as a yin-yang demon hand descended from the sky and grabbed at the crack in the void. It wanted to pull the sixth demon lord out of the crack. It was the Meng brothers. At the same time, a demonic chain rushed over from the sky and rushed into the crack in the void. It coiled around the figure in the crack. Rumble! The void shook and the chaotic chi in the crack was vast. The sixth demon lord waved the demonic spear in his hand and pierced through the yin-yang demon hand. However, the demonic chain instantly coiled around the sixth demon lord's body. The other end of the demonic chain was in Mo Mingtian's hand. Mo Mingtian pulled hard, wanting to pull the sixth demon lord out of the crack in the void. The demonic chain clanged, and the sixth demon lord was immediately pulled out of the crack by Mo Mingtian. However, at this time, the crack in the void was constantly shrinking. The power of the void was constantly repairing the crack. Clang! The sixth demon lord waved the demonic spear in his hand, and the demonic chain coiled around his body immediately broke. At the same time, the crack in the void was almost completely repaired. Mo Mingtian, Meng brothers, just you wait. I will kill you sooner or later. The sixth demon lord's voice came through the crack in the void. Humph, do you have the ability? Mo Mingtian said disdainfully. I'm a bit late. The Meng brothers rushed over from afar. He escaped again. How preposterous! Mo Mingtian was filled with hatred. It seemed like it would not be easy to kill this guy. This was troublesome. Not only was Mo Mingtian having a headache, but the Meng brothers were also having a headache. One should know that their master had already ordered them to get rid of the sixth demon lord. What should we do now? The Meng brothers said. This time, the guy had escaped into the primal chaos. How were they going to find him in the primal chaos? What else can we do? I don't believe that guy will hide in the primal chaos forever. Mo Mingtian said helplessly. At this time, the old man turned around and left. His figure quickly dimmed and disappeared into the void. Mo Mingtian and the Meng brothers left the place soon after. They could not return to the ancient city to report to Gu Fei. They could only continue to chase after the sixth demon lord. Only by getting rid of the sixth demon lord would they have the face to go back and report. At this time in the ancient city, a person arrived outside the city lord's mansion. This person walked straight into the city lord's mansion and arrived outside the main hall of the city lord's mansion. "Greetings, mountain lord." The two disciples of the Black Demon Mountain who were guarding outside the main hall hurriedly greeted the person. The person just nodded and did not say anything. This person was the Black Demon Mountain Lord. He had received the news and rushed back. The Golden Rock Goddess of the primal Chaos Golden Rock race also came back with him. However, the Golden Rock Goddess did not come to see Gu Fei. Instead, she directly returned to the palace where Song Ke was staying. At this time, Song Ke was not in his residence. On the other hand, Mount Master of Mystic Demon Mountain came directly to see Gu Fei. However, snoring sounds could be heard in the main hall. Gu Fei was lying on the throne, sleeping soundly. This shocked the Black Demon Mountain Lord. He had something to report to Gu Fei, but he did not dare to disturb Gu Fei's rest. In the end, the Black Demon Mountain Lord could only wait outside the main hall. Chapter 3247. Gu Fei was sleeping soundly in the main hall of the mansion. No one dared to disturb him. His snores lingered in the hall. He hadn't slept so comfortably in a long time. At Gu Fei's level of cultivation, he had returned to his natural state. As long as he wanted to, he could be an ordinary creature in the mortal world. No one could recognize him. As long as he wanted to, he could become a supreme being, the ruler of millions of living beings. But now he just wanted to be an ordinary person and have a good sleep. He wanted to forget all his troubles and let his mind completely return to peace. Even if it was only for a short moment, it would be very precious to him. Outside the main hall, Black Demon Mountain Lord had been waiting. He didn't dare to leave. Black Demon Mountain was almost wiped out by the 13 chaotic creatures. No one could help him bear this responsibility. At this time, Black Demon Mountain Lord's heart was restless. Although he had escaped the calamity of the chaotic creatures, he didn't know how Gu Fei would punish him. Thinking of this, Black Demon Mountain Lord's forehead was sweating. At this time, another person walked in from outside the main hall. This person was Blood Devil. Seeing Black Demon Mountain Lord pacing outside the main hall, he quickly went over. "Brother Mountain Lord, is Master awake?" Blood Devil cupped his hands and said to Black Demon Mountain Lord. Black Demon Mountain Lord glanced at Blood Devil and shook his head. A trace of imperceptible disgust flashed across his face. When the chaotic creatures attacked, this guy ran faster than anyone else. If these guys didn't run, perhaps Black Demon Mountain wouldn't have lost so badly. However, at this time, Black Demon Mountain Lord didn't want to offend Blood Devil. One must know that Blood Devil was directly under Master's command. Black Demon Mountain Lord had no right to order this guy. Blood Devil was also a great demon Venerable. He wasn't weaker than Black Demon Mountain Lord. At this time, Blood Devil also heard the snores coming from the main hall. He had something to report to Gu Fei, but he didn't dare to disturb Gu Fei. "What's the matter?" Black Demon Mountain Lord glanced at the anxious Blood Devil and asked. "Yes, the Stone Demon Clan and Willow Demon Clan have replied." Blood Devil said. At this time, the people of the Stone Devil Clan and Willow Devil Clan were still waiting outside, but Gu Fei was sleeping soundly at this time. They're willing to borrow the legendary array platform that can teleport across worlds. Mystic Demon Mountain Lord was very surprised. One had to know that this kind of formation platform was incomparably precious. Only existences at the extreme grade, Supreme Being level could refine it. Even quasi-Supreme Beings couldn't refine it. But now, The true extreme Tao supreme beings had disappeared, and no one could refine such a formation platform anymore. Therefore, if such a formation platform was damaged, it could not be repaired. If one was damaged, there would be one less formation platform. The Transrealm formation platform wasn't a single platform, but a pair. With only one platform, it was impossible to use metal elemental transrealm teleportation, because without the coordinates of the other world, how could it be possible to use it? Therefore, this kind of transrealm formation platform appeared in pairs, one for each world. This way, one could freely travel between the two worlds through the transrealm formation platform. Although mystic Demon Mountain Lord had just returned to the ancient city, he had heard a lot of news. Previously, Gu Fei sent Blood Devil to the Stone Demon Clan and Willow Demon Clan in order to borrow the Transrealm formation platform from the two clans. It seems that you have good news for the Master. Mystic Demon Mountain Lord looked at Blood Devil and said with a serious expression, "Yes, haha." Blood Devil laughed. At this time, Phoenix Witch also came. She glanced at Blood Devil, then said to Mystic Demon Mountain Lord, "Mountain Lord, our people have all been found." On that day, countless cultivators of Mystic Demon Mountain were killed by the 13 chaotic creatures and fled in all directions. Naturally, there were many cultivators who escaped and survived. However, there weren't many cultivators who survived. Even if all of them were found, there were less than 1,000. Compared to the 100,000 demonic soldiers in the past, this was only a fraction. Those guys are so ruthless. I can't coexist with them. Mystic Demon Mountain Lord gritted his teeth and said. His eyes flashed with a fierce light, like a hidden, peerless demonic beast that could attack at any time. He was really angry. Ever since he took control of Mystic Demon Mountain, he had never encountered such a huge setback. The 100,000 demonic soldiers that he had trained for countless years were destroyed. His powerful subordinates were either killed or injured. Such a huge force was almost uprooted. Mo Mingtian sent a message. It's very likely that the 6th Demon Lord invited those guys. Phoenix Witch said fiercely, "The 6th Demon Lord? That guy is a scourge. If I don't kill him, I won't be a demon." Mystic Demon Mountain Lord clenched his fists. His whole body was surrounded by a murderous aura. He was filled with hatred. The thought of so many of his subordinates dying made him want to go crazy. Didn't Mo Mingtian and the Meng brothers go after the 6th Demon Lord? With them, where can the 6th Demon Lord escape to? At this time, Blood Devil interrupted. You underestimate the 6th Demon Lord. The Phoenix Sparrow Demoness glanced at Blood Devil and said, "Humph, I don't believe that the 6th Demon Lord has 3 heads and 6 arms. How could he escape from Mo Mingtian and the Meng brothers?" Blood Devil said disapprovingly, "I just received news that the 6th Demon Lord escaped again." Phoenix Witch said, "What?" Blood Devil and Mystic Demon Mountain Lord were shocked. The 6th Demon Lord escaped even when Mo Mingtian and the Meng brothers joined hands? How could this be possible? However, Phoenix, which didn't lie because there was no need for her to lie. Just as they were talking, Demonic Rock Emperor also arrived. Why is it so lively? Demonic Rock Emperor was surprised to see Blood Devil, Mystic Demon Mountain Lord, and Phoenix Witch. These guys are all here to see Master? However, when he heard the snoring coming from the hall, he smiled. So these guys were standing outside the hall because they didn't dare to disturb Master. With Master's current cultivation, how could he fall asleep? Unbelievable. Demonic Rock Emperor shook his head and said with a puzzled expression, "You little bird, what do you know? Master's cultivation is extraordinary. He has obviously reached the realm of returning to his natural state and doing as he pleases." Mystic Demon Mountain Lord said. In fact, this was also his guess because he had never heard of anyone who had reached the peak of the Demon Lord realm sleeping. In Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's opinion, Gu Fei wasn't a quasi-supreme, but a demon lord realm existence. At this time, Mystic Demon Mountain's lord and the others were standing outside the main hall. No one dared to enter. One had to know that Mystic Demon Mountain had suffered a great defeat and was almost annihilated by the chaotic creatures. Their master was definitely not in a good mood. All of you, get in here. Chapter 3248. Gu Fei woke up from his deep sleep. It had been a long time since he had slept so peacefully. He knew very well that only with absolute power would he be able to keep himself and the people he cared about safe. He thought of Zhao Zairu and Lin Shuer. Apart from no one knew where the others were. If he couldn't protect the people he cared about, then even if he had invincible power, there would be no joy in life and he would become a walking corpse. Gu Fei didn't want to be a cold and heartless person. At this time, Mystic Demon Mountain Lord and the others who had been waiting outside for several hours walked in. Their footsteps were very light as they were afraid of startling Gu Fei. "You're back." Gu Fei's lazy voice sounded from the throne. Then he slowly sat up and reclined on the soft and comfortable throne. He really liked the layer of fur on the throne. It was golden and bright, warm and soft. It was very comfortable whether he was sitting or lying down. At this time, Mystic Demon Mountain Lord stood below the throne and bowed to Gu Fei. "Master, this subordinate's life isn't meant to end. I'm back." While Mystic Demon Mountain Lord was speaking, the others didn't even dare to breathe loudly. "Indeed, your life isn't meant to end." Gu Fei said, "All right, you don't need to be so nervous. I won't do anything to you. Just serve me well. You can leave now." Gu Fei waved his hand and said, "Yes, master." Seeing that Gu Fei didn't blame him, Mystic Demon Mountain Lord immediately felt like he had been pardoned. He hurriedly bowed to Gu Fei and left the hall. "Tell me, why did you come to see me?" Gu Fei's voice was very calm and he sounded lazy. Blood Devil, Phoenix Witch, and Demonic Rock King couldn't help but look at each other. No one spoke. "What's wrong?" Gu Fei was lying on the throne. When his eyes opened and closed, a bright light shot out from the slits of his eyes. He glanced at the 3 demonic path powerhouses below the throne. Seeing this, Blood Devil took a step forward and said, "Master, the messengers from Golem and Demonic Willow have arrived." "Oh, really?" Gu Fei said nonchalantly. "They brought what you wanted." Blood Devil continued, "That kind of thing can also be brought here." Hearing this, Gu Fei opened his eyes and sat up. "Master, they've been waiting in the front hall for half a day. Do you want to summon them?" Blood Devil lowered his head and said carefully, "Just let them wait." Gu Fei said indifferently, "Yes." Blood Devil stood to the side. If his master didn't call him out, he wouldn't dare to leave. He could only stand there and wait, not daring to have any other thoughts. Everyone knew that Mystic Demon Mountain had suffered a great loss this time, but Gu Fei's attitude towards this loss was unpredictable. No one dared to make Gu Fei unhappy at this time. "What's the matter? Is there news from Mo Mingtian?" Gu Fei glanced at the Phoenix Sparrow Witch and said. He then lay back down and leaned against the soft backrest. "Master, Mo Mingtian sent news that the 6th Demon Lord has escaped again." Phoenix, which didn't dare to look at Gu Fei and said in a low voice, "Escaped again? Then continue the chase. Tell them that if they don't come back with the head of the 6th Demon Lord, they don't need to come back." Gu Fei said, "Yes, master." Phoenix Sparrow Demoness hurriedly said, "All right, you can leave as well." Gu Fei waved his sleeve and said, "Yes." The Phoenix Sparrow Demoness hurriedly bowed and retreated. At this time, only Demonic Rock Emperor and Blood Devil were left under the throne in the main hall. "Have you checked the losses this time?" Gu Fei asked Demonic Rock Emperor. "Master, we've checked and calculated." Demonic Rock Emperor said with a heavy heart, "The losses this time were too great, especially the fall of the 100,000 demon soldiers. They were the foundation of mystic Demon Mountain. Luo Peng also died in battle, leaving less than 1,000 survivors. This was really hard to accept. However, Gu Fei didn't say anything after listening to Demonic Rock Emperor's report. Mystic Demon Mountain's strength had been greatly reduced. This was already something that couldn't be recovered. What they needed to do now was to increase their strength as soon as possible. Of course, in fact, Gu Fei still made a profit in destroying the Demon Palace this time because he obtained a small world and subdued the 3 war statues. The 3 war devils were comparable to the 100,000 fallen devil soldiers. One must know that the 3 war devils could all use the power of the extreme path and were extremely tyrannical. This was Gu Fei's confidence. All right, I got it. You guys can leave. Gu Fei waved his hand impatiently and said, "Yes, master." Demonic Rock Emperor and Blood Devil hurriedly left. Only Gu Fei was left in the main hall. He pondered for a while and muttered to himself, "The Stone Demon Clan and the Willow Demon Clan are so kind to actually lend me their transboundary array platform." At this time, a demonic figure descended from the sky and entered the ancient city. No one stopped her because no one could stop this person. Demonic Rock Lady had returned. She went straight to the City Lord Mansion and walked into the main hall. "You're very calm." Demonic Rock Lady was a little surprised to see Gu Fei lying on the throne. She didn't expect Gu Fei to be so relaxed. "Do I need to be nervous?" Gu Fei said disapprovingly. "Humph, you won't be able to stay calm in a while." Demonic Rock Lady snorted coldly. "Could it be that you've heard some rumors? Tell me about it." Gu Fei said, "You killed the 13 chaotic creatures. Those guys are coming to settle the score with you." Demonic Rock Lady said, "Is that so? I thought something earth-shattering happened." Gu Fei said lazily, "He didn't seem to care about those chaotic creatures at all. You're awesome." Demonic Rock Lady gave Gu Fei a thumbs up. As a matter of fact, even though Gu Fei didn't seem to take the chaos creature seriously, he was actually a little nervous and expectant deep down. "Do you know where Tsang Kei is?" Gu Fei asked. "How would I know?" Demonic Rock Lady shook her head. Boom! Just at this moment, a loud sound suddenly rang out from the sky. An extremely violent energy ripple spread out, shaking the heavens and earth. Even the city Lord Mansion was shaken. What happened? On the streets of the ancient city, countless cultivators were shocked. They quickly raised their heads and looked into the sky, only to see a gigantic demonic shadow appear in the sky. Demons. It's demons. Chapter 3249. Not long after Gu Fei returned to the ancient city, demons came to invade. Those fellows simply didn't know what was good for them. At that moment, an extremely powerful demonic figure appeared in the sky above the ancient city. The demonic might it exuded made the entire world feel as though it was about to explode. In an instant, all the cultivators in the ancient city, except for Gu Fei and Demon Rock Lady, who were in the city lord's mansion, were trembling and lying on the ground, terrified to the extreme. Even Monarch, Demon Mountain Lord, and the others were no exception. Humph! A cold snort came from the city lord's mansion. Then a mass of chaos divine light emerged from the city lord's mansion and instantly enveloped the entire ancient city. In the next moment, all the cultivators in the ancient city felt their bodies lighten. The extremely powerful demonic might that descended from the sky instantly weakened to a bearable level. Demons. They're actually demons who dare to invade. All the cultivators in the ancient city were inexplicably shocked. One should know that Gu Fei was not in the ancient city when the 13 chaos creatures invaded the ancient city last time. That was why those fellows succeeded. But now, Gu Fei was personally guarding the ancient city, and yet there were still demons invading. If the demons were not here to die, they must have the strength to fight against Gu Fei. "Humph, Gufei, do you dare to come out and fight?" The terrifying demonic figure in the sky above the ancient city spoke. His voice spread out, causing pitch-black spatial cracks to appear in the void. "Who the hell are you? Do you think you are worthy for me to fight?" Gufei's voice came from the city, Lord's mansion. There was a trace of disdain in his tone. Even the 13 chaos creatures were no match for him. Who the hell was this guy? Of course, the 13 chaos creatures were defeated by Tsang Quebec. However, there was no difference between Tsang Ke and Gufei because Tsang Ke's combat power was on par with Gufei's. If Gufei were to use his extreme Dao sacred artifact, even Tsang Ke would not be a match for him. At this time, Tsang Ke was not around, other than Gufei himself. Only the magic rock lady had the strength to fight against the guy in the sky. It should be an old guy who is on good terms with the chaotic creatures. Demonic rock lady transmitted her voice to Gufei. The existence of primal chaos creatures in the primal chaos devil world was no secret to the super old-timers. Some of them even befriended primal chaos creatures. The creatures in the primal chaos demon world were not willing to be other people's chess pieces. In the eyes of the big shots, the primal chaos demon world was a chess game. There were not many creatures that were truly qualified to be chess pieces. Some creatures didn't want to be chess pieces. They wanted to jump out of the chessboard and become the master of the game. However, there were even fewer living beings who were truly qualified to dominate the chessboard. Ever since the Chaos Fiend realm was born, it had been under the control of the chaotic creatures. Therefore, the true masters of the Chaos realm were the chaotic creatures. But this time, Gufei, the foreign chess piece, was simply too heaven-defying. He had actually killed the life form that was the ruler of the chessboard. In the eyes of the old-timers of the primal chaos devil world, this was absolutely heaven-shattering. "Humph, how dare you look down on me?" As the demonic figure in the sky spoke, a demonic hand reached down from the sky towards the ancient city below. An extreme demonic mark appeared on the palm of the demonic hand. Buzz. The void trembled as a terrifying devouring power surged out of the demonic hand. The void in front of the hand collapsed and was devoured by the black hole. The primal chaos barrier that covered the entire ancient city started to shake. Strands of primal chaos essence leaked out and were devoured by the black hole in the demonic hand. "Oh, this guy seems to have some ability." Gufei's voice came from the city, Lord's mansion. "Are you going to play around this time, or am I going to do it?" Demonic rock lady's voice also came from the city, Lord's mansion. "It's been a long time since I've exercised my root bone. I'll do it this time." Gufei's lazy voice came from the city, Lord's mansion. In the next moment, 2 figures appeared in the sky above the city, Lord's mansion. They were Gufei and demonic rock lady. Rumble. At this moment, the demonic hand that came down from the sky was about to grab the primal chaos barrier that covered the ancient city. The primal chaos barrier shook violently as if it could collapse at any time. Gufei flipped his right hand, and an ancient cauldron the size of a fist appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he threw the ancient cauldron at the demonic hand that came down from the sky. Seeing this, the demonic rock lady was dumbfounded. This guy had actually thrown a supreme Dao artifact out. The ancient cauldron that was the size of a fist pierced through the primal chaos barrier in the sky and smashed against the demonic hand. The tiny ancient cauldron was negligible in front of the mountain-like demonic hand. Even the demonic cultivator did not seem to understand why this fellow had thrown out such a seemingly powerless object. However, in the next moment, the demonic cultivator was unlucky. The ancient cauldron smashed into the pitch-black vortex that emerged from the demonic hand. The pitch-black vortex could not devour the ancient cauldron at all. The ancient cauldron passed through the vortex and smashed against the demonic pattern that emerged from the demonic hand's palm. Kacha! Cracks began to appear on the ancient demonic rune. What? The demonic hand in the sky shook violently. The terrifying vortex that seemed like it could devour the heavens and the earth dissipated. In the next moment, the entire demonic hand suddenly exploded with a bang. Boundless demonic chi enveloped the entire sky. A drop of demonic blood fell from the sky and splashed on the primal chaos divine light above the ancient city. In the next moment, the drop of demonic blood corroded a small hole in the primal chaos divine light. The demonic blood dripped onto the ancient city below. Extreme Tao demonic blood. Demonic Rock Lady's eyes lit up at the sight of the demonic blood. She rushed up and reached out to take the demonic blood. "How is this possible?" An enraged voice came down from the sky. In the midst of the monstrous devil chi, 2 spots of blood-red light appeared. The terrifying devil might spread out, and the void above the sky exploded unceasingly, becoming extremely unstable. The location of such a powerful cultivator was enough to affect the laws of heaven and earth. The great demon that had yet to show up was definitely an extreme Tao existence. Of course, it was hard to say if it was a real extreme Tao demonic ancestor. At this moment, the ancient cauldron that Gu Fei threw out flew back and was caught in his hand. An extreme Tao weapon. Chapter 3250. The old demons attacked with the power of the extreme Tao. Only Gu Fei and the demonic rock lady could fight against such an existence. At this time, the entire sky above the ancient city was completely shrouded by rolling demonic chi. It was as if the night had suddenly fallen. The cultivators in the city were extremely terrified. The aura of the extreme Tao spread out in the sky. Not to mention the ancient city. Even the living creatures in the entire region felt as if doomsday had arrived. Even though the great city defense formation isolated the extreme Tao demonic might from the sky, all the cultivators in the ancient city still felt their souls tremble. Swoosh! Gu Fei no longer hesitated. He held the ancient cauldron in his hand and soared into the sky. He directly passed through the layer of chaotic light shroud that enveloped the entire ancient city and arrived outside. Rumble! A shocking might immediately spread out from Gu Fei's body. The rolling demonic chi around him was immediately dispersed by this powerful aura. In just an instant, not a trace of demonic chi could be seen within 10,000 feet of Gu Fei. "You have guts," an old voice sounded. In the demonic chi, a terrifying demonic shadow appeared faintly. 2 spots of blood-red light flickered, and the extreme Tao demonic might erupted. The entire void exploded continuously, as if it was returning to chaos. "Haha, this is really funny. If I don't have guts, then do you?" Gu Fei laughed and said. He stared at the demonic shadow, his battle intent surging. It was naturally worth it for him to fight against an expert of this level. "You are only a demon ancestor. You little ant. How dare you act presumptuously in front of me? Are you relying on that cauldron in your hand?" The great demon hidden in the demonic chi said angrily. A terrifying murderous aura erupted from the demonic shadow. The great demon was obviously angered by Gu Fei. In the great demon's opinion, Gu Fei was only a demon ancestor. To him, Gu Fei was really not much stronger than an ant. However, it was this ant who had used a cauldron to break his extreme demonic claw. At this moment, the crack on his right hand had yet to heal. At that moment, all the cultivators in the ancient city raised their heads to look at the figure high up in the sky. Demonic Rock Lady didn't come out. She directly sat cross-legged in the sky above the ancient city and refined the drop of extreme demon blood. Rays of blood-red light rushed out from her hands and entered her body. It was an extremely pure extreme demon power. Although it was only a drop of extreme demonic blood, the demonic energy contained within it was enormous. After refining this drop of extreme demonic blood, the demonic rock lady's cultivation base would increase by quite a bit. This drop of extreme demonic blood was extremely rare. Even an existence like the demonic rock lady did not have much extreme demonic blood in her body. High up in the sky, The great demon lost a drop of extreme demon blood, but it was extremely painful. This was because every drop of extreme demon blood lost meant one less drop. For existences like Demon Rock Lady and Tsankhe, their cultivation levels had already fallen from the extreme grade realm, so it was impossible for their bodies to continue producing extreme grade blood essence, unless they returned to their peak and became an extreme powerhouse. You really talk a lot of nonsense. If you don't want to fight, then scram. Gu Fei said impatiently. Very well. Since you want to die early, I'll grant your wish. The demonic figure in the demonic chi said. In the next moment, a demonic light directly slashed out from the demonic chi, slashing towards Gu Fei's head. The incomparably sharp demonic light directly broke through the void and instantly fell down. Gu Fei directly raised the ancient cauldron in his hand. When the demonic light slashed against the ancient cauldron, there was a sound of metal colliding, and the ancient cauldron directly shattered in the void. Humph, extreme Tao treasure. An old voice resounded. Then, a huge hand directly grabbed towards Gu Fei, wanting to snatch the ancient cauldron in his hand. Gu Fei laughed loudly. The ancient cauldron in his hand vibrated slightly, and a ripple immediately spread out from the ancient cauldron. Wherever the spatial ripple passed, the demonic claw directly dissipated in the void. The demonic patterns were also directly obliterated. At the same time, the ancient cauldron in Gu Fei's hand vibrated. Then a primordial chaos sword light rushed out from the ancient cauldron, directly piercing towards the demonic figure in the demonic chi. This was a sword light formed from primordial chaos force. It possessed unfathomable power, and its speed was also extremely fast. In an instant, the sword light broke through the layers of demonic light and pierced towards the demonic figure. The demonic chi around the demonic figure was dispersed, and an extremely ferocious demon appeared. Seeing this demon, Gu Fei was shocked. This was because this demon had a humanoid body, but it had an octopus-like head with countless tentacles waving around its neck. In the next moment, the demon disappeared. The primordial chaos sword light directly pierced through the demon's remnant shadow. Swoosh! At this moment, a tentacle broke through the void, directly wrapping around Gu Fei. The tentacle was filled with suckers, and each sucker was densely packed with sharp thorns. It would definitely be an extremely terrifying thing to be entangled by a tentacle. Naturally, Gu Fei did not want to be entangled by such a tentacle. He executed the 8 steps extreme speed and took a step forward, instantly disappearing on the spot. The tentacle missed its target. At the same time, 9 primordial chaos sword lights rushed out from the ancient cauldron in Gu Fei's hand, directly piercing through the void. In the next moment, a furious roar rang out. The great demon hidden in the void was actually forced out by the primordial chaos sword lights. With a flash of the sword light, the great demon's arm fell off. This was the power of the mountain and river cauldron in Gu Fei's hand. Being struck by the primordial chaos sword lights was like being struck by an extreme Tao sovereign. The consequences were very severe. The great demon roared again and again. It wasn't as simple as just having an arm chopped off. The primordial chaos sword lights contained a terrifying power of destruction that invaded its body. In just an instant, a small half of the great demon's body turned into ashes, drifting away in the void. The great demon was extremely frightened. He possessed the extreme Tao strength and extreme Tao devil physique, yet he still suffered such a heavy injury. He had no choice but to cut off half of his body and retreat in an extremely sorry state. But at this moment, the other primordial chaos sword lights had already broken through the void, piercing towards the great demon. This sword light was very terrifying. Even someone with the extreme Tao devil physique would find it difficult to fight against this sword light, because it was formed from the primordial chaos sword lights. Chapter 3251. The origin of the mountain and river cauldron was extremely secretive. Since ancient times, no one knew who refined this extreme Tao artifact. However, the mountain and river cauldron was one of the most powerful extreme Tao artifacts in history. Gu Fei held the mountain and river cauldron in his hand. He directly fought against the great demon that had the power of the extreme Tao. A primal chaos sword light rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron and cut off one of the great demon's arms. However, a terrifying destructive power was corroding the great demon's extreme Tao demonic body. In just a few breaths of time, half of the great demon's body was reduced to ashes, and this trend was still spreading. Roar! The great demon was roaring and roaring. He gritted his teeth. He actually waved his hand. He cut off half of his body. The flesh, blood, tendons, and bones that he chopped off instantly turned into ashes. It disappeared into the void. Damn it! The great demon was shocked and furious. He was afraid. Just now he felt the aura of death. It had been a long time since he felt the threat of death. He had almost forgotten about this feeling. Shwa! 9 primal chaos sword lights flashed in the void. They broke through the layers of demonic chi. They pierced through the great demon. They were extremely fast. At this moment, the great demon was going all out. He actually used the blood transformation escape technique to burn his own demonic blood, to release the strongest power of the demonic Tao, and then he obtained extreme speed. The great demon turned into a bloodlight. He directly broke through the void. He wanted to escape into the primal chaos. Behind the void was the primal chaos. Tearing through the void, he would be able to enter the endless primal chaos. However, Gu Fei wouldn't let him escape so easily. Kill! Gu Fei roared. He directly activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron. The speed of the 9 primal chaos sword lights instantly increased by a lot. In an instant, he caught up to the great demon. Roar! The great devil only had time to let out an incomparably terrified roar. 9 streaks of primordial chaos sword light pierced through its body. Then he turned back. The great demon was turned into a pile of ashes. It was a pity that this great devil didn't even have the chance to escape before he died. After the 9 primordial chaos sword lights killed the great demon, then he soared into the sky. It immediately dispersed the endless demonic aura that shrouded the sky. Seeing the scene, all the cultivators in the ancient city were shocked, especially the 2 envoys from the Stone Demon clan and the Willow Demon clan. Gu Fei ignored them. He never summoned them. These 2 fellows were already filled with anger. He almost lost control of his temper. But now, when they saw Gu Fei easily kill a great demon with extreme Tao power, they were shocked. He broke out in a cold sweat. All the anger in his stomach disappeared. This guy is too fierce. No wonder even Lord Clan leader doesn't want to provoke this guy. The envoy from the Stone Demon clan said with a trembling voice. Now, the Stone Demon clan didn't want to clash with Gu Fei anymore. Of course, this was only temporary. As the primitive demons, the Stone Demon clan naturally didn't fear Gu Fei. The same went for the Willow Demon clan. They were very wary of Gu Fei. But if they were forced into a corner, if they had a life and death struggle with Gu Fei would probably have a headache too. The Stone Demon clan and the Willow Demon clan both wanted to preserve their strength. They didn't want to start a war with the lunatic Gu Fei. At this moment, the demonic aura that shrouded the sky was dispersed. 9 primordial chaos sword lights descended from the sky. They directly fell into the mountain and river cauldron in Gu Fei's hand. This extreme Tao artifact is very terrifying. The powerhouses of the Willow Demon clan looked at the scene in the sky. They couldn't help but feel extremely terrified. It was fear that came from the depths of their souls. At this moment, waves of cheers came from the ancient city. The invading great demon was killed by Gu Fei. This greatly boosted the morale of the cultivators of the mystic Demon Mountain. They had been too aggrieved during this period of time. They were caught off guard by the chaotic creatures. They were hiding here, and they're like stray dogs. They lived a life where they could be killed at any time. They were on tenterhooks. Now, all the cultivators in the ancient city felt that the haze that shrouded their hearts had finally dissipated. The return of Gu Fei, it gave them hope of survival. Master's cultivation seems to have improved again. The mystic demon mountain lord and the others looked up at the figure in the sky. They were also extremely shocked. However, he was very clear. The ancient cauldron in the hands of his master. It was the key to victory. You dare to provoke me with only this level of strength? It's like holding a lamp in the toilet. You're courting death. Gu Fei said disdainfully. Yes. He suddenly felt something. He turned around and looked into the distance. The martial path heavenly eye was activated. He saw a shadow disappear at the end of the distant sky. That is, Gu Fei's heart trembled. There was actually someone hiding in the side. He didn't even notice. When that guy was about to leave, he sensed it, except for Gu Fei. Even the magic rock girl didn't sense the existence of that mysterious guy. This caused Gu Fei to be shocked once again. Could it be that that guy was actually stronger than the magic rock girl? That seemed impossible, because there was an existence stronger than the magic rock girl. Only the extreme Tao sovereign. Who cares who he is? He dared to provoke me. I'll just kill him. Gu Fei looked in the direction where that person disappeared. He muttered to himself. What are you talking about? At this moment, the magic rock girl had already refined that drop of extreme Tao demon blood. The aura coming out of her body was even stronger. Her life force seemed to be much stronger. I didn't say anything. Gu Fei shook his head and said, What a pity. That guy was directly killed by you and turned into ashes. There should be at least a dozen drops of extreme Tao demon blood in that guy's body. It's such a waste. Demonic Rock Lady said with a look of pity. That guy only has a dozen drops of extreme demonic blood on him. Gu Fei was surprised to hear that. In his opinion, that great demon had the extreme Tao devil body. Wasn't the blood that flowed within the body of the extreme path devil physique? What's with that expression? That fellow was not a real extreme Tao demon ancestor. The extreme demon body can no longer produce extreme demon blood. Demonic Rock Lady said. There's actually such a thing? Gu Fei looked at Magic Rock Lady in shock. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. After the extreme grade demon ancestor fell from the extreme grade realm, even if he had the extreme demon body, it was also difficult for his body to produce extreme demonic blood. This was a great secret that only extreme Tao supreme beings knew. Sure enough, there was something wrong with the bodies of those former extreme grade supremes. You offended those guys. I'm afraid there won't be a day of peace anymore. Demonic Rock Lady said. Now, she was in the same boat as Gu Fei. Gu Fei was in trouble. That meant she was in trouble. What a headache. TSK, if those guys dare to come, then I'll kill one if they come. Two if they come. I'll kill a pair. Gu Fei said nonchalantly. You're awesome. Magic Rock Lady gave Gu Fei a thumbs up. At this moment, a figure appeared in the void without any warning. A powerful aura of the divine Tao radiated from the figure. This guy, Magic Rock Lady saw this person. He furrowed his brows. This person was Tsang Quebec. Tsang Ke had left for more than 10 days. He was finally back, but the Golden Goddess and the others were nowhere to be seen. She wondered if Tsang Ke had found them. Did I miss any good show? Tsang Ke looked at Gu Fei and Magic Rock Lady. He could sense the extreme grade aura in the void that had not completely dissipated. It seemed that when he was not around, an enemy had come, and the guy's cultivation was not lower than his. Haha, you missed a good show. Magic Rock Lady laughed. All right, let's go down, Gufei said and flew down from the sky. He returned to the ancient city. Then he entered the main hall of the city, Lord's mansion. He sat on the throne. Song Kei and Magic Rock Lady followed. They casually sat on the seats in the main hall. Did you find them? Gufei looked at Song Kei and said, Yes. Song Kei nodded. Why didn't they come back? Gufei asked. They still have some things to deal with. They'll come back when they're done. Song Kei answered, Is that so? Those guys from the Stone Demon Clan and Willow Demon Clan have sent their envoys here. Gufei reclined on the throne. He looked at Song Kei and said, Is that so? They agreed. Song Kei heard this. His eyes lit up. I haven't summoned those two guys yet. I'll leave them aside for now. I'll summon them when I'm free. Gufei said. This, Song Kei wasn't as calm as Gufei. One had to know. He had left the ancestral god realm for a long time. He wanted to go back all the time. Now he had a chance. He naturally didn't want to miss it. I know you want to go back to your hometown, Gufei said. Then he sent a voice transmission to Blood Devil, who was standing outside the main hall. Blood Devil then turned and left. Soon, he brought 2 cultivators to the main hall of the city, Lord's mansion. At this moment, there were already many people standing outside the main hall. Gufei had killed the invading demon. Mountain Lord, Mystic Demon, and the others naturally wanted to know more about it. However, they didn't receive Gufei's summons. They didn't dare to enter the main hall. They could only wait outside the main hall. At this moment, Blood Devil brought the 2 cultivators with him. They walked into the main hall. They came under the throne. Master, these 2 are the envoys of the Stone Demon Clan and Willow Demon Clan. Blood Devil bowed and said to Gufei on the throne. Yes, Gufei nodded. Then he looked at the 2 envoys below. Greetings, Lord Gufei. The envoys of the Stone Demon Clan and Willow Demon Clan hurriedly bowed to Gufei in front of this fierce person. They didn't dare to be presumptuous. One had to know. They saw with their own eyes that Gufei killed the demon with extreme power. Even their clan lord would not dare to slight a devil Dao powerhouse of that level. However, Gufei had killed such a peerless powerhouse. You won't disappoint me, right? Chapter 3252. The emissaries of the Stone Demon Clan and the Willow Demon Clan arrived at the ancient city at the same time, but they were ignored by Gufei for an entire day. This made the 2 emissaries very unhappy, and they almost lost their temper. However, when they saw that Gufei had easily slain a being that was as powerful as their clan leader, all their dissatisfaction and anger disappeared. At this moment, the 2 emissaries stood below Gufei's throne in trepidation and did not dare to raise their heads at all. I heard that both of you have brought the item, Gufei said disdainfully as he reclined on the throne. These 2 fellows were originally arrogant, but now they were trembling under his feet like ants. The so-called primitive demons were also creatures that bullied the kind and feared the evil. As long as one's fist was harder than theirs, one could beat them into submission. Well, Lord Gufei, my master wants to use that item to exchange for another of our clan's treasures. The emissary of the Stone Demon Clan said in fear. What, you want exchange for that bead? Gufei said in surprise. However, after giving it some thought, he realized that it was reasonable. How could the Stone Demon Clan hand over a formation platform that could allow them to travel between realms so easily? Such a formation platform could only be refined by an extreme, supreme demon ancestor. Therefore, there would be one less such formation platform if it was destroyed. Even the primitive demons, the Stone Demon Clan and the Willow Demon Clan, did not have many of such formation platforms. Yes, we want to exchange for our clan's treasures. The emissary of the Stone Demon Clan sounded very determined. If I say no, are you not going to give me the item I want? Gu Fei looked down at the emissary of the Stone Demon clan, who was below the throne, expressionlessly. Upon hearing Gu Fei's words, the emissary of the Stone Demon clan's forehead immediately broke out in cold sweat. "What about you? Don't tell me you want exchange for that willow branch too?" Gu Fei looked at the emissary of the Willow Demon clan, who was standing beside the emissary of the Stone Demon clan. Haha, Lord Gu Fei truly lives up to his reputation. To be able to predict the future, I am truly impressed. The emissary of the Willow Devil clan laughed as he braced himself and said, the emissary of the Willow Devil clan was a black-robed old man. At this time, this expert of the Willow Devil clan was sweating profusely. However, he didn't dare to wipe it off with his hand. He still had to force a smile on his face as he spoke to Gu Fei. "Humph. You dare to speak to my master in such a manner? Are you courting death?" Blood Devil glanced at Gu Fei and scolded. I don't dare to." The emissary of the Willow Devil clan panicked. One had to know that if the other party wanted to kill him, a single finger of his would be enough to crush him to death countless times. Blood Devil wanted to say more, but Gu Fei waved his hand. "Take out the things you brought." Gu Fei lazily reclined on the throne and looked down at the two fellows below the throne. Lord Gu Fei, does this mean that you've agreed to it?" Upon hearing Gu Fei's words, the emissaries of the Willow Devil clan and Stone Devil clan couldn't help but be surprised and overjoyed. If they could complete the mission smoothly, their clan leader would definitely reward them handsomely upon their return. However, would things really be that simple? I haven't even inspected the goods yet. Do you think I'll agree to it? Gu Fei said calmly as he looked at the two fellows who were like ants. In his opinion, these two fellows were no different from ants. They weren't primitive demons. All right. The emissary of the Stone Devil clan took out a fist-sized formation platform and held it in his hand. It was a pitch-black formation platform that emitted an ancient and vicissitude aura. Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw the formation platform in the hands of the Stone Devil clan's emissary. An ancient object like this couldn't be faked. It must have existed for countless years. At this time, Blood Devil was also staring at the small formation platform in the hands of the Stone Devil clan's emissary. Swoosh! With a wave of his hand, the formation platform in the hands of the Stone Devil clan's emissary immediately flew towards Gu Fei and landed in his hands. The emissary of the Stone Devil clan wasn't afraid that Gu Fei would snatch the formation platform away. What a cunning fellow! The moment the formation platform landed in Gu Fei's hands, he sensed that there was something strange about it. Humph! That old fart of the Stone Devil clan actually dared to play this trick on us. San Ke, who had been watching quietly, suddenly spoke. He had also noticed the strangeness of the formation platform in Gu Fei's hands and couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. The Demon Rock lady didn't say anything, but her eyes narrowed into a line and rays of light leaked out from the gaps of her eyes. It wasn't a secret that Gu Fei wanted to cross over to the ancestral god realm because he wanted to find a way back to the human realm. However, the human realm was only a legend in the Chaos Demon realm, an incomparably ancient legend. In fact, if Gu Fei wanted to return to the human realm, there was a direct way. However, the Demon Rock lady didn't tell Gu Fei about it. Of course, there might be a way to return to the human realm in the ancestral god realm. At this time, the emissary of the Willow Demon clan took out a formation platform that he had brought with him. It was a wooden formation platform, which surprised Gu Fei. Gu Fei sensed a vague aura of a supreme devil ancestor from the wooden formation platform. Could this formation platform be refined from a section of the primogenitor demon Willow? The Demon Rock lady stared at the wooden formation platform in the hands of the emissary of the Willow Demon clan and said in astonishment, "It should be known that the wooden formation platform was preserved until now and didn't decay. Naturally, it had the power of immortality on it. Gu Fei also waved his hand and took the wooden formation platform in the hands of the emissary of the Willow Demon Clan. Then he took a closer look at it. The wooden formation platform was also the size of a fist. It seemed to be refined from a whole piece of wood. The demonic runes on it seemed to be naturally formed, faintly discernible inside the wood. Gu Fei was really curious. Although the formation platform was made of wood, it seemed to be heavier than the formation platform of the Stone Demon Clan in his hands. "Let me see." "The Demon Rock," Lady said. Gu Fei directly threw the wooden formation platform in his hands to the Demon Rock Lady. After receiving it, the Demon Rock Lady also took a closer look. She was once a supreme being. In her eyes, this wooden formation platform was different from the others. She cast her gaze directly into the interior of the wooden array platform. Countless demonic inscriptions were intertwined within the wooden array platform, layer upon layer. It was hard to imagine that so many demonic inscriptions had been refined into the interior of this wooden array platform. This is Chapter 3253. The fact that there was a demonic figure inside the wooden platform shocked the demonic rock lady to no end. One should know that this was a supreme Dao-level platform. If there was a demonic figure sitting inside, it would most likely be a supreme Dao-level existence. What's wrong? Did you see a ghost? San Ke couldn't help but tease the demonic rock lady when he saw her shocked expression. Wasn't it just a wooden platform? What was there to fuss about? How is this possible? The magic rock lady ignored San Ke and her expression became even more solemn. At this moment, a ball of demonic light appeared between her eyebrows and a powerful spiritual will surged out from the ball of demonic light and directly rushed into the wooden array platform. What? The messenger from the Willow Demon Clan was shocked. He wanted to stop the demonic rock lady, but he couldn't do so. He was no match for the demonic rock lady. Buzz. At this moment, the fist-sized wooden platform vibrated. Countless demonic runes inside the platform began to emit demonic light. The demonic formation inside the platform was activated. In the next moment, the wooden platform flew up from the demonic rock lady's hand. In an instant, it grew to the size of a small mountain. Streams of demonic energy rushed out from the platform and lingered around the platform. Boom! The main hall of the city lord's mansion was directly smashed through by the wooden platform. Countless broken bricks and tiles fell from the top. Gu Fei waved his hand. The bricks and tiles that fell from the sky immediately turned into ashes and drifted away in the void. At this moment, a powerful demonic aura erupted from the platform. This was a supreme Dao-level demonic rune. However, it was weakened to its weakest state by the countless layers of demonic formations on the wooden platform. Otherwise, no one would be able to withstand the pressure emitted from the wooden platform. This kind of transboundary array platform was not specially refined for extreme Dao supreme beings to use. If the extreme Dao demonic might on the array platform was too powerful and no one could withstand it, then who would dare to use this kind of array platform? At this moment, the wooden platform emitted a dazzling demonic light. Amidst the endless formation runes, a demonic figure was faintly discernible. You bastards actually dare to play tricks in front of me. Gu Fei was enraged. An incomparably powerful aura immediately erupted from his body as he glared at the two fellows below the throne. As Gu Fei's aura spread out, the two envoys standing in front of the throne immediately fell to the ground, trembling in fear. At this moment, the two envoys were terrified to the extreme. They felt as though an immemorial devil mountain was pressing down on their bodies, so much so that they couldn't even straighten their backs. Too terrifying. At this moment, the souls of the two envoys were trembling, as though they were facing an unparalleled existence. Lord Gu Fei! You, the emissary of the Golem clan, lay on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. What do you think? You guys actually dared to tamper with the platform. Gu Fei said coldly as he looked down at the emissary of the Golem clan, who was sprawled on the ground in front of his throne. The aura around his body grew even stronger. Lord Gu Fei, I'm only a lowly emissary. How would I dare to play tricks in front of you? The emissary of the Golem clan hurriedly explained. Of course, he also knew that the clan leader had tampered with the platform. The Golem clan was unwilling to just hand the platform over to Gu Fei. However, at this moment, neither the emissary of the Golem clan nor the emissary of the Willow Demon clan dared to admit that someone had tampered with the platform. If Gu Fei were to kill them in a fit of rage, then their deaths would be too unjust. They could only feign ignorance. At least you know your limits. I understand that you don't have the ability to do so. Gu Fei said. Boom! At this moment, the power of the demonic rock lady's soul erupted. The void was annihilated as a supreme power of the soul instantly turned into a blade of light, slashing into the wooden platform. The demonic figure that was sitting cross-legged inside the platform immediately dissipated, destroyed by the blade of light that flashed past. Just as the demonic rock lady slashed the demonic figure inside the platform, a demonic figure that was sitting cross-legged on top of a mountain in the depths of the Golem clan's ancestral grounds suddenly swayed and almost fell off the mountain. Blood seeped out from the center of his brows. He actually killed one of my clones. Looks like this Gu Fei really can't be underestimated. An ancient voice rang out. The demonic figure that was sitting cross-legged on top of the mountain was actually an old man dressed in black. This old man was so old that his hair and teeth were almost all gone, but his body was still very robust. Rumble! At this moment, the wooden platform vibrated and rapidly shrunk to the size of a fist. It floated in the void, and countless demonic runes immediately disappeared into the wooden platform. I've helped you eliminate the hidden danger. How are you going to thank me? The demonic rock lady smiled at Xiao Chen. Then, how do you want me to thank you? Gu Fei looked at the demonic rock lady and said with a faint smile, How about returning what belongs to me to me? The demonic rock lady teased. Haha, it's not that I can't return it to you, but you just have to promise me one thing. Gu Fei looked at the demonic rock lady and said with a smile. The demonic rock lady did not say anything, because she knew that what Gu Fei wanted to say was definitely not that easy to fulfill. She would not fall for Gu Fei's trick. One had to know that at their level of cultivation, they would not easily make a promise. Once a promise was made, there was no going back on it. At this moment, Gu Fei and the others seemed to have forgotten about the two so-called emissaries who were lying on the ground trembling in fear. Gu Fei extended his hand, and the wooden platform that was floating in the void immediately flew towards Gu Fei and was grabbed by him. There's also this one. I'll have to trouble you to get rid of the clone on it as well. As he spoke, Gu Fei handed the platform of the Willow Devil clan to the demonic rock lady. At this time, the emissary of the Willow Devil clan shuddered. He was so scared that he almost pissed his pants. He was originally rejoicing because Gu Fei didn't know the secret of the platform. But now it seemed that the patriarch's tricks couldn't be hidden from this ferocious man. What about this one? The expert of the Willow Devil clan had completely lost his composure. His forehead was covered with sweat and he was extremely anxious. All right. At this moment, the demonic rock lady directly took the other platform. She still used the power of her primordial spirit to cut off the clone hidden inside the platform, and then return the platform to Gu Fei. Let's find a place to test if these two platforms can really send people to the ancestral god realm. Gu Fei looked at the two platforms in his hands and said in a low voice, Chapter 3254. Gu Fei finally got what he wanted after obtaining the transboundary array platforms of the Stone Demon clan and the Willow Demon clan. He could finally go to the ancestral god realm. However, it was still unknown whether these two transboundary formation platforms could really send people to the ancestral god realm. Therefore, Gu Fei wanted to test the two transboundary formation platforms. At this time, the experts of the demons waiting outside the hall were extremely shocked because they just saw a wooden platform break through the roof of the hall. An aura of the extreme Tao realm spread out from the hall. Of course, this aura had become very weak, but even so, it still gave them a great pressure. What happened inside? Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord and the others were very curious, but no one dared to disobey the summons and directly enter the hall. Lord Gu Fei, our ancestral artifact, inside the hall. When the emissary of the Stone Demon clan saw that Gu Fei was about to leave the hall, he could only bite the bullet and ask Gu Fei for the ancestral artifact that was stolen by Gu Fei. You still dare to speak. Gu Fei coldly stared at the emissary of the Stone Demon clan, who was trembling on the ground, and said coldly, "You dared to tamper with the platform and plot against my master. My master is already being very merciful by not killing you. You still dare to ask for the ancestral artifact?" Blood Devil pointed at the emissary of the Stone Demon clan and shouted. The emissaries of the Stone Demon clan and the Willow Demon clan were scared out of their wits. If Gu Fei used this as an excuse to kill them, they would die in vain. At this time, they already hated the guys who proposed to tamper with the platform. Get lost. Gu Fei waved his big sleeve, and a strong wind immediately swept out from the throne. The two guys on the ground were directly swept up and sent flying out of the hall. Outside the hall, Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord, Demon Rock Emperor, and the others were extremely shocked. In the blink of an eye, the two guys screamed miserably as they were swept away by the strong wind. These two miserable fellows in the main hall. Blood Devil stared at this scene with his mouth agape. The emissaries of the Stone Demon clan and the Willow Demon clan didn't know where they had been sent to with a wave of Gu Fei's sleeve. They fell from the sky like meteorites, crashing into a primitive mountain ridge. In the depths of the primordial mountain ridge, two clouds of dust immediately rose up. Half a day later, the emissaries of the Stone Devil clan and the Willow Devil clan crawled out of their respective pits. Their faces were covered in dirt, and they looked extremely miserable. Roar! Gu Fei, I'm not done with you. The emissary of the Stone Devil clan roared into the sky. He was enraged and seemed to be on the verge of insanity. He gnashed his teeth with an incomparably hideous expression. Preposterous! That guy actually dared to treat us like this. At the edge of another pit, the envoy of the Willow Devil clan said with a gloomy face, "I want him to regret what he did today." After saying that, the emissary of the Stone Demon clan soared into the sky and disappeared. Gu Fei, let's wait and see. The envoy of the Willow Demon clan also soared into the sky and directly left this place to report back. Of course, he could only return empty-handed. Originally, the emissaries of the Stone Demon clan and the Willow Demon clan wanted to use the transboundary formation platform to exchange for the ancestral weapons that Gu Fei had snatched away. However, in the end, it was all for naught. The result of returning empty-handed was naturally not a good one, but they would absolutely not let Gu Fei have an easy time. The foundation of the primitive demons was unimaginable to outsiders. At this time, Gu Fei left the ancient city and brought a group of subordinates, San Ke and the Demon Rock Lady, to a mountain 1,000 miles away from the ancient city. They climbed to the top of the mountain, and Gu Fei took out the two transboundary formation platforms. With San Ke and the Demon Rock Lady watching from the side, no one could snatch the two platforms from his hands. The two platforms were not very large, but the space on the platforms was different. The transboundary formation platform, refined by an existence at the extreme grade supremacy level, was not that simple. There were fluctuations of the law of space above the platform, and the void above the platform seemed to be able to contain a large world. At this time, the demonic patterns on the Stone Demon clan's platform were faintly discernible, and the aura of the extreme grade was vast and mighty. However, this aura had been refined and would not cause any harm to creatures below the extreme grade. However, The creatures around the platform could still feel an incomparably strong pressure. This kind of spiritual suppression was unavoidable, because they felt the aura of the extreme grade. All the creatures instinctively felt fear in the depths of their hearts. Who wants to go up and take a look? Gu Fei turned around and said to the experts of the demons behind him. His eyes swept across everyone's face, including the mysterious Demon Mountain Lord, the Blood Devil, the Demon Rock Emperor, the Phoenix Demon Girl, and so on. Me. The Blood Devil walked out. Gu Fei was not surprised to see that it was the Blood Devil. This guy wanted to make a contribution, so he was eager to be the first to show off. It's not appropriate for you to go. The mysterious Demon Mountain Lord spoke before Gu Fei could speak. What? What do you mean by that? The Blood Devil looked at the mysterious Demon Mountain Lord with a displeased expression. I want to perform well in front of Master, but you came out and ruined my good time. Nothing. Master wants to go to the ancestral god realm. That's the territory of the celestial race. Don't forget that we are demons. The mysterious Demon Mountain Lord said indifferently. The Blood Devil was startled when he heard the mysterious Demon Mountain Lord's words. He instantly understood what the mysterious Demon Mountain Lord meant. It was definitely not a good thing for demons to enter the territory of the celestial race. Moreover, this platform had not been used for a long time. He also did not know whether the platform in the ancestral god realm could still be used or whether it had been destroyed by the experts of the celestial race. All of this was unknown. Thinking of this, the Blood Devil's forehead was immediately covered with a layer of fine sweat. It was cold sweat. Blood Devil, very good. I choose you. Gu Fei stepped forward and patted the Blood Devil's shoulder. Master, the Blood Devil looked at Gu Fei with a bitter face. At this moment, his intestines were green with regret. What? You want to go back on your words? Gu Fei looked at the Blood Devil and said in a deep voice, No, it's my honor to be able to do things for Master. The Blood Devil said with a forced smile. In the eyes of others, his smile was uglier than crying. He was already riding a tiger and could not back down. He had no choice but to go. All right, go. Gu Fei patted the Blood Devil's shoulder and said, Yes, Master. The Blood Devil took heavy steps towards the Transrealm platform in front of him. Then he climbed up the platform step by step. Everyone was looking at the Blood Devil. Everyone's attention was on the Blood Devil. They were all very nervous. One should know that if this matter was successful, Gu Fei and the others would be able to freely travel between the Chaos Demon Realm and the Ancestral God Realm. It was very significant. Even Gu Fei, Song Ke, and the Demonic Rock Lady were a little nervous. In fact, the Demonic Rock Lady had refined a few of these transrealm teleportation formations before. However, due to various reasons, the transrealm teleportation formations she refined were already damaged. This was also the reason why there were no transrealm teleportation formations in the ancestral land of the Demonic Rock Lady. The Demonic Rock Lady saw that the Blood Devil had already walked up to the platform. She directly used a technique to activate the super platform. Demonic runes emerged from the platform and gave off a dazzling demonic light. Rumble! The demonic runes rushed out from the platform and rotated around it, forming a demonic diagram. An extremely powerful demonic aura spread out from the platform. Soon, a series of rapidly rotating mage webs submerged the entire formation platform, and bursts of wind and thunder came from the inside of the formation platform shrouded by the mage webs. Wow! Seeing this scene, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. This kind of transrealm teleportation formation was indeed extraordinary. The demonic aura emitted from the platform became stronger and stronger. When the formation of the platform rotated to the extreme, a demonic light directly rushed out from the platform. It instantly broke through the void and rushed into the depths of the chaos. There's a reaction, the Demonic Rock Lady said happily. The Demonic Rock Woman happily said, It seemed that the array platform in the ancestral god realm hadn't been destroyed. As Demon Shine rushed deep into the chaos void, she sensed another fluctuation of demonic energy that came from the same source as her. Haha, Gu Fei and Song Ke laughed excitedly. Buzz. The void shook. This time, a figure wrapped in demonic light rushed out and directly rushed into the chaos void, disappearing in an instant. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. The blood devil was really transported to the ancestral god realm. To everyone, this was too illusory. Then, the demonic runes that covered the entire platform began to gradually stop revolving. The demonic diagram formed by the demonic runes began to decompose into primitive demonic runes. Those demonic patterns directly entered the array platform and disappeared within it. Soon, the entire platform completely stopped revolving. All the demonic runes had returned to the inside of the platform, but the blood devil on the platform had disappeared. Did it succeed? Gu Fei and Song Ke asked hurriedly. They could not sit still. Let's see if he can come back. If he can come back, then it's a success. Magic rock, Lady said after thinking for a while. Gu Fei nodded. If the blood devil did not come back, then it was definitely a failure. Song Ke was even more nervous and anxious than Gu Fei, because he wanted to return to the ancestral god realm even in his dreams, because his roots were there. Of course, it was hard to say whether his roots were still there or not. It was also because of this that Song Ke was anxious to return to the ancestral god realm. No one knew better than him what serious consequences there would be if the ancestor of a super force suddenly disappeared. The best result would be becoming a vassal of another super force. The worst result would be being eradicated by another super force. No matter which result it was not what Song Ke wanted to see. Time passed. Soon, 3 days passed. On the mountain top, no one left. Everyone was waiting quietly. Schwa. Chapter 3255. The scattered practitioners of the mystical demon mountain gathered in the ancient city again. Gu Fei had already changed the name of the city to Mystical Demon City. At this time, the Mystical Demon City became lively again. Because of Gu Fei's return, many big and small forces that had surrendered to the Mystical Demon Mountain had once again attached themselves to the Mystical Demon Mountain. Taking advantage of the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity when the 13 chaotic creatures defeated the Mystical Demon Mountain, the other superforces of the Central Region occupied many territories that originally belonged to the Mystical Demon Mountain. Among them, the Stone Demon Clan and the Willow Demon Clan were the most aggressive. After the 13 chaotic creatures made their move, the two clans also took action. Most of the territories of the Destruction Demon Palace that the Mystical Demon Mountain had taken over were occupied by the Stone Demon Clan and the Willow Demon Clan. However, now that Gu Fei had returned, they had to spit out the fat meat that they had already eaten. This was Gu Fei's attitude. If they didn't spit it out, he would take it back himself. The Stone Demon Clan and the Willow Demon Clan did not want to provoke the fierce Gu Fei, so they could only retreat obediently. At this time, on a mountain 1,000 miles away from the mystical demon city, Gu Fei was busy with another matter. The magic rock lady had activated the Stone Demon Clan's transboundary formation platform and sent the blood devil out. However, 3 days had passed and there was no news of the blood devil. This made all the people guarding the transboundary formation extremely anxious. What's going on? It's been 3 days and he still hasn't come back. Did he fail? Song Ke muttered to himself. No one was more anxious than him because the ancestral god realm was his hometown. In these endless years, he had dreamed of returning to the ancestral god realm. There was something he cared about there. In the evening, there was a sudden sound of something breaking through the sky in the east. Gu Fei looked in the direction of the sound and saw a golden light flash, then turned into a golden rainbow and flew toward the mountain. A powerful wave of divine power spread from the golden rainbow. With just a glance, Gu Fei knew who it was. She had returned. Swoosh! Very soon, a golden light descended from the sky and landed on the top of the mountain. When the golden light dissipated, a figure appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a tall, slender, and incomparably beautiful woman. "You're back." Song K glanced at the woman and said, This woman was the Chaos Golden Rock race's Golden Rock goddess. She originally had some problems that needed to be resolved, but now that he had returned, it should be resolved. "Greetings, ancestor." When the Golden Goddess saw Tsonkei, she quickly rushed over and bowed to Tsonkei. One must know that Tsonkei was the ancestor of the primal Chaos Golden Rocks. He was the ancestor of all primal Chaos Golden Rocks. This bloodline originated from Tsang, Quebec. He was the first living being of this race. It's settled. As Tsonkei spoke, his gaze landed on the platform in front of him once again. "Yes, thank you for your help, old ancestor." The Golden Goddess said, "Why are you the only one back? Where are the others?" Tsonkei asked. He didn't have many clansmen left in the Chaos Demon realm. There were only 3 of them. Back then his race was extremely powerful. The clansmen that followed him into the Chaos Demon realm, as well as the experts from the ancestral god realm who submitted to him, numbered more than 100,000. But now, all the experts from the ancestral god realm who had followed him into the Chaos Devil realm had died. Only the Golden Goddess, his uncle, and his grandfather had survived. This made Song Kei extremely depressed. Back then he was so glorious that he could summon the wind and summon the rain in the ancestral god realm. But now he was almost alone. "They still need to visit an old friend," the Golden Goddess said. "Got it. Inform them not to play for too long. Don't delay the important matters." Song Kei said, "Yes, old ancestor." The Golden Goddess replied respectfully. Then she glanced at Gu Fei and the others, turned around, and soared into the sky. She turned into a golden light and disappeared in an instant. "Your 3 descendants really know how to play." Gu Fei smiled at Song Quebec. "You still have the mood to joke at this time?" Song Kei looked at Gu Fei speechlessly. "Relax. Don't look so bitter. We haven't failed yet." Gu Fei patted Song Kei's shoulder. In fact, there was still no news of Blood Devil, which was a good thing for them. If Blood Devil died, then the life talisman he left in Gu Fei's hand would shatter. But until now, Blood Devil's life talisman had not shattered. In other words, at least Blood Devil was not dead. Song Kei did not say anything. Gu Fei smiled and walked to the side. At this time, Black Demon Mountain Lord and the others had already started a bonfire. They put the prey they hunted on top of the bonfire and roasted it. Bursts of meat fragrance wafted in the air. Soon, the beast meat was roasted to a shiny golden color. The fat dripped on the bonfire and sizzled. Gu Fei walked to the bonfire and sat down. Then he stretched out his hand and pulled a beast leg from the grill. He ate it in big mouthfuls, and his mouth was full of oil. Seeing this scene, Black Demon Mountain Lord and the others were dumbfounded. They never thought that the high and mighty Gu Fei would have such a side. At this time, Gu Fei was like an ordinary person enjoying delicious roasted meat. Of course, when one's cultivation reached Gu Fei's level, it didn't matter whether he ate or not. Now, Gu Fei was like a god walking down from the altar. Only Song Kei and the magic rock lady could vaguely guess why Gu Fei wanted to do this. He wanted to completely relax, be free, be unrestrained, do whatever he wanted and do whatever he wanted. "Eat. Why are you looking at me? This meat is roasted well. I didn't expect Black Demon Mountain Lord to be so good at roasting meat," Gu Fei said while eating. He didn't forget to take out a pot of wine from his body and took big mouthfuls of meat and wine. "Hee. Thank you for exaggerating, master," Black Demon Mountain Lord said with a wry smile. At this time they also began to eat. Gu Fei directly threw the wine pot in his hand to Black Demon Mountain Lord. Black Demon Mountain Lord caught the wine pot, then raised his head and took a big gulp. Then he passed it to Phoenix Sparrow Witch beside him. Phoenix Sparrow Witch also took a big gulp, then passed it to Devil Rock Emperor. The wine jug spun around in everyone's hands before returning to Gu Fei's hand. The wine jug was only so big, but the wine inside it seemed like it could never be finished. There was always wine inside the jug. For a moment, the mountain top was filled with the aroma of meat and wine. In the end, even Song Ke and the magic rock lady joined in, eating and drinking with Gu Fei and the others. Time disappeared. A bright moon hung high in the sky. At this time, on the transcendent array platform that had been silent all this time, a demonic rune suddenly lit up. Then, one after another, the demonic runes inside the array platform were rapidly awakening. This, Chapter 3256, the platform which had been silent for 3 days, finally reacted. The demonic patterns inside the platform began to awaken, blooming with dazzling demonic light. Countless formation patterns rushed out from the platform and began to interweave with each other, forming an ancient and mysterious demonic diagram. It's working. When Gu Fei saw this, he immediately stood up from the ground and stared at the transboundary formation platform. He could sense an extremely powerful aura spreading from the platform. It worked. Song Ke said excitedly. At this time, no one answered him. They were all stunned. Sounds of wind and thunder began to spread from the platform, startling everyone on the mountain top. It really worked. The demonic rock lady's eyes flickered. She stared at the constantly changing platform and muttered to herself. Even she was not sure if they really succeeded. At this time, the Lord of Black Demon Mountain and the others had already retreated far away. This level of battle was not something they could intervene in, so they could only retreat. Swoosh! At this time, a demonic light broke through the void and directly rushed out, then directly fell on the platform. Rumble! The transboundary array platform shook violently, but soon the transboundary array platform stopped shaking and became still. The devil runes and devil light quickly disappeared into the array platform. A silhouette appeared on the platform. Everyone was taken aback when they saw it. Who is this? The Lord of Black Demon Mountain couldn't help but be startled when he saw this person. He felt a little familiar looking at this person. How could this be? It was really unbelievable. The person's clothes were ragged, his hair was unkempt, his nose was bruised, and his face was swollen. The shoes on his feet had many holes, and the toes on his left foot were exposed. At first glance, no one could recognize who this person was. You are the Blood Devil. You are the Blood Devil. Master, it's great to see you. The person on the platform saw Gu Fei and immediately jumped down from the platform. He rushed towards Gu Fei and knelt in front of Gu Fei. Master, I almost couldn't make it back. Blood Devil hugged Gu Fei's leg and burst into tears. Scram! Gu Fei's right foot shook and Blood Devil was immediately sent flying. Master! Blood Devil came to Gu Fei again, but this time he didn't dare to hug Gu Fei's thigh. Seeing Blood Devil in such a sorry state, all the experts on the mountain wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to do so. After a while, Blood Devil calmed down and stood up from the ground. At this time, everyone on the mountain wanted to know where Blood Devil had gone and whether that place was the legendary ancestor God Realm. Blood Devil smelled the barbecued meat on the hilltop. He rushed over and grabbed the leftover barbecued meat from Gu Fei's group. He started eating like a reincarnated ghost. Seeing the scene, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. It was hard to imagine what Blood Devil had encountered on the other side of the formation platform. Blood Devil ate for half an hour until his stomach swelled like a ball. Then he stopped and burped in satisfaction. The hilltop was silent. Everyone looked at Blood Devil curiously. They wanted to know what Blood Devil had experienced in the past 3 days. Blood Devil, who had eaten his fill, rested for a while, then started to talk. After listening to him, everyone was shocked. It turned out that Blood Devil had gone to the Ancestor God realm, but the gods' continent had already collapsed into 9 big pieces. This was the 9 prefectures of the Ancestor God realm. The Ancestor God realm was divided into 9 great continents. This was something that no one had expected, especially Tsang-Ke, who was extremely shocked. What had happened in the Ancestor God realm? Even the vast and boundless Ancestor God realm had collapsed into 9 continents. Blood Devil didn't appear in the 9 continents. Instead, he went to an ancient battlefield. There was an ancient formation, platform, floating in the void. Everyone was shocked. Blood Devil didn't go to the 9 continents of the Ancestor God realm. Instead, he was trapped in an ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield was extremely terrifying. There were unknown dead spirits wandering around. Unfortunately, these dead spirits sensed Blood Devil's existence. Therefore, Blood Devil was in trouble. Blood Devil was beaten up so badly by the undead spirits that he couldn't even recognize his own mother. If he hadn't escaped quickly, he would have died in the hands of the undead spirits in the ancient battlefield. 9 continents, ancient battlefield. Everyone was shocked by Blood Devil's words. It was unbelievable that the Ancestor God realm was so dangerous. Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he heard this. I'll go and take a look. Tsang-Ke couldn't sit still and said to Gu Fei, All right. Gu Fei nodded. Blood Devil's cultivation was a little weak after all. He couldn't even deal with the dead spirits in the ancient battlefield. However, Tsang-Ke was different. He was a super expert who possessed extreme power. With him on the trip, they would definitely be able to understand more. Gu Fei asked Magic Rock Lady to activate the Transrealm Formation platform. This time, Tsang-Ke directly went to the Transrealm Formation platform. Without any suspense, Tsang-Ke's figure disappeared from the platform and was sent out. This time, everyone stared at the platform anxiously. Time passed. This time, they waited for more than half a month. There was no response from the ancient formation platform. Could it be that Tsang-Ke has never returned? Gu Fei muttered to himself. How dare he? Magic Rock Lady said angrily. The mountain is high and the Emperor is far away. Why wouldn't he dare? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. He looked up at the sky. The divine sun was shining high in the sky. It was almost noon. Swoosh! At this moment, the ancient formation platform that had been silent for a long time started to emit demonic patterns. He's finally back. Gu Fei and Magic Rock Lady were shocked. The other cultivators were even more shocked. They stared at the formation platform in front of them anxiously. At this moment, a demonic light broke through the void and landed on the formation platform. The demonic light dissipated and a figure appeared on the formation platform. Everyone focused and saw that it wasn't Tsang-Ke standing on the formation platform. Instead, it was a middle-aged man with a monstrous aura of death. Dead spirit. Seeing this, the group of Devil Clan powerhouses was really shocked. At this moment, the dead spirit was looking around helplessly. Kill. Chapter 32:57. On the top of the mountain, the transboundary formation platform was operating, resonating with the other transboundary formation platform on the other side. This surprised and delighted everyone who had been waiting on the top of the mountain for more than half a month. Just when everyone thought that it was Tsang-Ke who had returned, the result caused everyone to be dumbfounded. That was because the creature that had crossed over wasn't Tsang-Ke, but a dead spirit, an extremely powerful dead spirit. Roar! The dead spirit suddenly roared at the sky, and a terrifying sound wave immediately spread out from the formation platform. The entire void shook under the roar. Ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void. A monstrous death chi burst out from the terrifying figure on the formation platform, causing all the creatures on the top of the mountain to be terrified. What's going on? Gu Fei and the Magic Rock Lady were also shocked. What the hell was Tsang-Ke doing? Why did a dead spirit come back? At this time, someone could not sit still anymore. He directly rushed out and pounced on the dead spirit on the formation platform. A dazzling blade light rushed out from the figure and slashed at the dead spirit on the formation platform. The extremely sharp blade light seemed to split the world in half. However, the dead spirit on the platform only spat out a mouthful of black air at the saber light. The saber light immediately dimmed and finally dissipated into the void. The black chi condensed and did not dissipate. It continued to rush towards the person. With a scream, the person was instantly enveloped by the black chi spat out by the dead spirit. In the next moment, the person's skin and flesh were torn apart. His entire body melted, and even his bones were melted. His primordial spirit was also corroded by the death chi and dissipated in the void. An extremely powerful cultivator was actually killed by the dead spirit's death chi, and it was the kind where both his body and soul were destroyed. Seeing this, all the cultivators near the formation platform looked at the figure on the formation platform differently. The dead spirit on the formation platform was far more powerful than they had imagined. Humph! At this time, Black Demon Mountain Lord was in a bad mood because the one who died was his subordinate. This was outrageous. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in the void opposite the dead spirit. The dead spirit opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of black death chi at Mystic Demon Mountain Lord. The death chi turned into a black arrow and shot towards Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's forehead. What? Black Demon Mountain Lord was taken aback. This dead spirit actually knew divine abilities. He didn't think too much about it. He took a step to the side and dodged the black arrow. Then he stretched out his hand. 5 rays of demonic light immediately rushed out of his hand and pierced through the dead spirit on the platform. The 5 beams of demonic light flashed across the void. Each beam of demonic light left a pitch-black spatial crack in its wake. In the face of mysterious Demon Mountain Lord's attack, the dead spirit did not move at all. It allowed the 5 beams of demonic light to hit its body. The 5 beams of demonic light directly collapsed in the void. What? Seeing this, everyone was stunned. This dead spirit could actually ignore the attack of Mystic Demon Mountain Lord. One must know that Mystic Demon Mountain Lord was an existence of the Great Demon Lord level. Interesting. This dead spirit doesn't seem to be simple. Seeing this, Gufei couldn't help but be a little surprised. The physical body of this dead spirit was definitely extremely strong. Ordinary Dao weapons couldn't hurt this guy at all. So what if it's not simple? In my eyes, it's still in existence like an ant. Demon Rock Lady said disapprovingly. That too. Gufei nodded. No matter how strong this dead spirit was, it was no match for Demon Rock Lady. This was the truth. Boom! At this time, a dull sound suddenly came from the formation platform. The dead spirit had actually rushed out from the formation platform and attacked Mystic Demon Mountain Lord directly. The aura of death was vast and mighty. The dead spirit was like a demon that had crawled out from hell. It stretched out its big hand, and a powerful aura of death instantly enveloped Mystic Demon Mountain Lord. In the next moment, the void around Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's body trembled. All the mighty aura of death actually disappeared in the void. Mystic Demon Mountain Lord unleashed the power of the great path of the void and guided the mighty power of death into the void. It was as if with Mystic Demon Mountain Lord as the center, the area within a radius of thousands of feet became Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's world. In this part of the void, he was the supreme ruler. The boundless deathly aura was dispersed by the powerful aura that erupted from Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's body. However, the dead spirit continued to pounce on him. Swoosh! With a wave of its hand, the dead spirit directly tore apart the power around Mystic Demon Mountain Lord. In an instant, it pounced in front of Mystic Demon Mountain Lord. What? Mystic Demon Mountain Lord was really shocked. At the same time, a ball of demonic light rushed out from his body. However, one of the dead spirit's fists had already arrived. An extremely powerful force erupted from the fist, which was shrouded in deathly aura. Bang! With a dull sound, the dead spirit's fist directly broke through the layer of demonic light that had emerged on Mystic Demon Mountain, Lord's body. The fist fiercely smashed on Mystic Demon Mountain, Lord's body. Mystic Demon Mountain, Lord screamed in pain. His whole body was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, everyone on the mountaintop was stunned. Even Gu Fei was very surprised. Even Mystic Demon Mountain Lord was no match for this guy. At this time, the dead spirit actually chased after him. Preposterous! Mystic Demon Mountain Lord gritted his teeth. In the next moment, his whole body instantly disappeared in the void. He escaped into the void to avoid the dead spirit's pursuit. At this time, no one dared to go forward. It should be known that even Mystic Demon Mountain Lord was no match for the dead spirit. Among everyone present, only Gu Fei and the Demon Rock Lady could subdue this dead spirit. Whether it was the Blood Devil, the Demon Rock Emperor, or the Phoenix, which none of them were a match for the dead spirit, because their cultivation and combat power were not comparable to Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's. Roar! After Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's figure disappeared, the dead spirit immediately roared at the sky and pounced on the others on the mountain top. The cultivators on top of the mountain were scared out of their wits and hurriedly scattered in all directions. The dead spirit was covered with a vast aura of death. Streams of death rushed out from its body like black iron chains, entangling the cultivators below. Don't be so arrogant. At this time a loud shout was heard. A divine light flashed in the void, and the aura of death that rushed out from the dead spirit was immediately destroyed. A figure shrouded in a golden glow appeared in the sky above the mountain, staring at the dead spirit. That person was none other than the Golden Goddess. She had returned. At the same time, two extremely powerful auras of the divine Tao swept over from the distance. This time, not only did the Golden Goddess return, but her uncle and grandfather had also returned. Gu Fei and the Demon Rock Lady wanted to subdue the dead spirit, but the Golden Goddess and the others had just returned, so they didn't have to do anything. They were happy to watch the show from the side. Roar! The dead spirit roared, turned around, and pounced at the Golden Goddess. The dead spirit stretched out its hands, and two sharp claws immediately grabbed at the Golden Goddess. The Golden Goddess snorted coldly. She threw a punch at the two claws, and a violent power of the divine Tao erupted from her fist. The Golden Goddess's fist was so dazzling that everyone couldn't open their eyes. It was as if a sun had suddenly appeared in the sky above the mountaintop. This little girl's battle prowess seems to have increased a lot again. The Demon Rock Lady couldn't help but nod when she saw the Golden Goddess's punch. This kind of battle prowess was rare even among the demon ancestors. She must have been taught by that fellow. Tsang Quebec Gu Fei looked at the dazzling golden figure in the sky and narrowed his eyes. Among everyone present, only he and the Demon Rock Lady could ignore the dazzling golden light. At this time, the sound of bones breaking came from the sky. The dead spirit's arms actually broke from its palms and gradually collapsed in the golden light. Very quickly, both of the dead spirit's arms were completely shattered. Even its body was covered with hideous cracks, as if it would collapse in the void at any time. Without any suspense, the undead suffered an unimaginably heavy injury from the attack of the Golden Goddess. It was blasted away from the top of the mountain by an extremely powerful force. Swoosh! The golden light flashed, and the Golden Goddess directly chased after the dead spirit. The outcome of this battle was already decided. At this moment, the formation platform on the mountaintop that had already quietened down emitted rays of demonic light again. The powerful demons on the mountaintop were surprised and overjoyed when they saw that the interrealm teleportation formation was operating again. Very quickly, a ball of demonic light broke through the void and descended from the sky. It landed on the formation platform like a falling demonic star. The dazzling demonic light spread in all directions, and an extremely powerful demonic aura spread out from the formation platform. It made people have the urge to bow down and worship it. "It's Tsong-K this time, right?" Gu Fei said as he stared at the ball of demonic light on the formation platform. At this time, the demonic light that erupted from the interrealm teleportation formation was dissipating, and a powerful figure appeared from the dissipating demonic light. What? When Gu Fei saw the person on the platform, he was shocked. That person was drenched in God's blood, and his clothes were in tatters. Mixed with God's blood, they stuck to his body. What shocked Gu Fei even more was that there was a bloody hole in the person's chest, and half of a broken sword was stuck in his shoulder. Although it was a broken sword, the divine aura emitted from it made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate. Song Quebec. Chapter 3258. Tsong-K had returned. However, when Gu Fei and the demonic rock goddess saw Tsong-K on the Transrealm Array platform, they were extremely shocked because Tsong-K had suffered unimaginable injuries. Tsong-K, who was standing on the Transrealm Array platform, was on the verge of collapsing. His body was covered in wounds, and some of them were so deep that his bones could be seen. Especially the bloody hole on his chest. It was so penetrating. There was also a broken sword stuck in his shoulder. The aura emitted from the broken sword was very shocking. Gu Fei could even sense the aura of the extreme Tao from the broken sword. Blood kept dripping from Tsong-K's body onto the platform. Gu Fei could even hear the sound of Tsong-K's blood dripping on the platform. The divine blood was extraordinary. Every drop was like a sun that emitted a dazzling golden light. At this moment, Tsong-K's body suddenly shook and he half knelt. Swoosh! Gu Fei's body shook and he disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already on the Transrealm Array platform. He immediately supported Tsong Quebec. At this moment, the battle between the goddess and the dead spirit was about to end. The dead spirit was almost crippled by the goddess. Roar! Far in the sky, the dead spirit was roaring crazily. Boom! The dead spirit's head exploded. A ball of soul fire that was as dazzling as a sun rushed into the sky. It emitted an endless aura of death and wanted to escape. Swoosh! A beam of golden light flew out of the golden rock goddess' hand and instantly nailed the soul fire in the void. The ball of soul fire shook violently and the golden light dissipated. It was actually a golden divine spear that was nailing the ball of soul fire. At this moment, ancient golden divine runes appeared on the golden divine spear. The power of the soul was quickly dissipating. The ball of soul fire that was nailed in the void was rapidly dimming. Figures could be seen vaguely on the soul fire, struggling. The soul fire of the dead spirit was too strong. Even though it was nailed in the void by the golden divine spear, it couldn't completely dissipate in a short period of time. At this moment, a golden light flashed on the teleportation formation, and two figures appeared on it. It was Peng Shi and his father from the Golden Rock clan. How is this possible? Peng Shi and his father were incomparably shocked. The old ancestor was actually injured to this extent. Just who was it that could actually injure him to this extent? One should know that Tsong-K was a primogenitor. He was the primogenitor of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. To be able to injure a primogenitor like this meant that he was unimaginably terrifying. Old ancestor. Peng 11 hurriedly supported Tsong Quebec. Meanwhile, Gu Fei plucked a peach from his inner world and passed it to Tsong Quebec. Although the peach of immortality was not a true immortal medicine, it was still a quasi-immortal medicine. For Tsong-K, this quasi-immortal medicine was also very useful. He looked gratefully at Gu Fei, then took the peach from Gu Fei. This is... Peng Shi and his father were shocked when they saw the peach that Gu Fei took out. One should know that this kind of immortal medicine was extremely rare. Although this quasi-immortal medicine was not as effective as a true immortal medicine, it could heal Tsang-Kei's injuries because Tsang-Kei was not an extreme grade supreme being. Tsang-Kei ate the immortality peach in his hand without hesitation. After he finished eating the immortality peach, the wounds on his body began to heal. A powerful life aura spread out from Tsang-Kei's body. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the broken sword that was stuck in his shoulder. Then he exerted force and pulled out the broken sword that was stuck in his shoulder with all his might. A gush of blood immediately gushed out from the wound. Tsang-Kei frowned in pain. However, the wound on Tsang-Kei's shoulder soon stopped bleeding and was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A Dao tool of the Endless Sky clan. Suddenly, Peng Jingtian exclaimed in shock. He recognized the broken sword in Tsang-Kei's hand. It was a Dao tool of a great force in the ancestral god realm. The Endless Sky clan was one of the strongest forces in the ancestral god realm many years ago. Could it still be that strong in the current era? At this moment, the Golden Rock Goddess rushed over from afar and landed on the transportation formation platform. Old ancestor, when the Golden Rock Goddess saw Tsang-Kei's appearance, she was shocked. Their Lord Primogenitor was seriously injured and on the verge of death. This was hard for them to accept. In the Golden Rock Goddess' opinion, their Lord Primogenitor was the strongest existence in the world. However, it seemed that their Lord Primogenitor had escaped and returned. All right, bring Tsang-Kei down to treat his injuries first. Gu Fei said to Peng Shi and the Golden Rock Goddess. Peng Shi and the Golden Rock Goddess nodded. Then they supported Tsang-Kei and walked down from the platform. Then they disappeared into the void. They entered the inner world. Although Gu Fei wanted to know what happened on the other side of the formation platform, it wasn't the time to ask Tsang-Quebec. Even Tsang-Kei had returned with serious injuries. Gu Fei didn't dare to send anyone to the other side of the formation platform. Gu Fei wasn't in a hurry. He could afford to wait. But at this time, the atmosphere in the ancestral lands of the Stone Devil clan and the Willow Devil clan was a little unusual. Experts had gathered in the ancestral lands of the Stone Devil clan, and even some of the super antiques who had been in seclusion were alarmed. The clan leader of the Stone Demon clan, Shihong, was sitting on the throne in the main hall with a gloomy expression. He scanned the upper echelons of the Stone Demon clan. When the emissary of the Stone Demon clan returned empty-handed, the upper echelons of the Stone Demon clan were extremely shocked. Gu Fei had dared to humiliate their emissary. They knew that the emissary of the Stone Demon clan represented the entire Stone Demon clan and wouldn't allow outsiders to humiliate them. However, Gu Fei had actually dared to humiliate their emissary. This was equivalent to declaring war on the entire Stone Demon clan. However, not everyone in the Stone Demon clan was in favor of declaring war on Gu Fei. After all, they had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Gu Fei. Hence, the Stone Demon clan was divided into two factions, the pro-war faction and the pro-peace faction. The pro-war faction wanted to declare war on Gu Fei immediately. They wanted to let Gu Fei know the consequences of humiliating the emissary of the Stone Demon clan. They wanted to let the demons of the world know that the Stone Demon clan wasn't a pushover. However, there were some who didn't want to start a war with Gu Fei right now. It was not the right time to start a war. After all, they had suffered heavy losses in the past. Even one of their ancestral weapons was snatched away by Gu Fei. If they were to start a war with Gu Fei again, the consequences would be unpredictable if he used their ancestral weapons to kill them. The pro-peace faction didn't really want to start a war with Gu Fei. They just wanted to buy time for the Stone Demon clan to recover before deciding whether to start a war with Gu Fei. It was because of this matter that the upper echelons of the Stone Demon clan were debating endlessly in the main hall. It gave clan leader Shihong a huge headache. The same thing was happening in the ancestral grounds of the Willow Demon clan. The main hall of the Willow Demon clan was filled with the upper echelons of the Willow Demon clan. The current clan leader of the Willow Demon clan, Lu Tianzheng, sat on the throne in the main hall. He frowned as he looked at the upper echelons of the Willow Demon clan who were arguing. Clan leader, our clan's emissary was humiliated. How can we swallow this insult? An old man dressed in black said to Lu Tianzheng, who was sitting on the throne, "That's right. If we swallow this insult, others will think that we are afraid of Gu Fei." Someone else agreed, "That's not right." Someone jumped out to stop the discussion. It was an old man with white hair and beard. Even his eyebrows were white. He was an elder of the Willow Demon clan. "What's wrong with that?" Someone said angrily, "That Gu Fei is in the limelight right now. Whoever provokes him will be unlucky." The white-browed elder said, "TCH, you're just boosting the morale of others and diminishing your own." Someone said disapprovingly, I'm just stalling for time. We've just lost to Gu Fei and need to rest. How can we start a war again?" The white-browed elder explained, "What's stalling for time? What a nice way to put it. Could it be that we are afraid of that Gu Fei if we attack with the full strength of our clan?" A middle-aged man dressed in black stood out and said, "What do you mean by that? You actually don't care about the survival of our clan and want to fight that Gu Fei with the strength of your clan?" The white-browed elder was displeased. He was very angry. These people had lived in vain for so long. How could they say such stupid words? It was truly preposterous. Who said we don't care about the survival of our clan? The middle-aged man dressed in black said with a displeased expression. The white-browed elder wanted to say something else. But at this time, Lu Tianjing, who was sitting on the throne, raised his hand and stopped him. "All right, stop arguing. We're all one family. There's no need to hurt our harmony." Lu Tianzheng had no choice but to step out to smooth things over. If they continued arguing, it would hurt their relationship, which would not be a good thing for the entire Willow Demon clan. What Lu Tianzheng wanted was a united Willow Demon clan, not a divided Willow Demon clan. Seeing that Lu Tianzheng had spoken, the people in the hall stopped arguing. Lu Tianjing's prestige in the Willow Demon clan was second to none. What a headache! Lu Tianjing shook his head and sighed. The more powerful a clan was, the more things they had to worry about. For example, the Stone Demon clan and the Willow Demon clan could not act recklessly. They had to evaluate the consequences beforehand. This was also the reason why they did not find trouble with Gu Fei right away. During this period of time, the chaotic creatures did not find trouble with Gu Fei either. The chaotic creatures were much stronger than the primitive demons. However, it was a little strange. Gu Fei had killed so many of their people, but the chaotic creatures could still hold back and not attack. Chapter 3259. The origin of the chaotic creatures was mysterious. Even the primitive demons of the chaos demonic realm did not know much about them. However, the strength of the chaotic creatures was undeniable. It was an indisputable fact that they could control the situation of the chaos demonic realm. Moreover, these guys called themselves the Sky Patrollers and patrolled the entire chaos demonic realm. They regarded themselves as the rulers of the chaos demonic realm. This made the primitive demons very dissatisfied. However, the primitive demons did not want to provoke these mysterious and powerful creatures. However, this time, Gu Fei and the others had killed so many chaotic creatures. The Chaos Clan would naturally be enraged and send experts to kill Gu Fei and the others. In the endless chaos, a boundless continent loomed. This was the legendary ancestral ground of the myriad realms, the origin of the chaos. At this moment, a figure suddenly broke through the layers of chaos chi and rushed out from this incomparably vast origin of the chaos, instantly disappearing into the chaos. Early in the morning, on top of a mountain 1,000 miles away from the Black Demon City, Gu Fei looked solemn. He was studying the wooden formation platform of the Willow Demon Clan with Magic Rock Lady. The formation platform of the Willow Demon Clan was made of wood. It seemed to be cut from a section of the immortal divine tree. The patterns inside the wood seemed to be naturally formed. The entire formation platform was the size of a small mountain. An incomparably powerful aura was emitted from it. It was hard to imagine that the ancestor of the Willow Demon clan would be so generous as to cut down a section of the immortal divine tree and refine it into a transboundary formation platform. What do you think? On the wooden formation platform, Gu Fei said to Magic Rock Lady beside him. What do you mean? Magic Rock Lady was concentrating on the Tao patterns on the altar. When she heard Gu Fei's words, she instinctively responded. This formation platform. Do you want to try this formation platform too? Gu Fei said, If you want to try it, let's try it. Magic Rock Lady said casually. Then there's no time to lose. Gu Fei said happily. What did you say? Magic Rock Lady regained her senses. You didn't listen to me, just now. Gu Fei said in a displeased tone. Yes, I've been listening. Magic Rock Lady said embarrassedly. Is that so? Then what did I say just now? Really? What did I say just now? Do you want to try this formation? The demonic rock lady rolled her eyes and said slyly. Humph. Gu Fei was still in a bad mood. All right, don't be so petty. Do I look like that? Do I look like such a petty person? Do I look like that is? And then let's try this formation platform. The demonic rock lady nodded. She was the only one who could activate this platform. It must be known that this platform was created by a sovereign of the Devil Tao. Gu Fei did not cultivate the power of the Devil Tao. After that, Gu Fei and the demonic rock lady walked down from the formation platform of the Willow Demon clan. Who do you intend to send this time? Magic Rock Lady said to Gu Fei. Through her research, she could already control this ancient teleportation formation. In fact, it wasn't hard to control. One must know that a formation was made for humans to use. Magic Rock Lady was once a demonic ancestor and had made such a formation before. If she couldn't use it, then no one else could. At this time, the Golden Rock Goddess walked out of her inner world. When she saw that Gu Fei wanted to test the formation platform of the Willow Demon clan, she immediately stepped forward. You better think it through. Gu Fei looked at Golden Rock Lady and said solemnly, Yes. Golden Rock Lady nodded. Her expression was firm. All right then. Seeing that Golden Rock Lady was so determined, Gu Fei didn't say anything else. At this time, Magic Rock Lady started to use her cultivation method, causing the formation of the Willow Demon clan to start operating. The demonic runes inside the wooden formation began to emerge and radiate a dazzling demonic light. In the void, a divine tree seemed to be growing. In the end, it grew into a towering tree that propped up the entire chaotic world, forming a world of its own. Rumble! Streaks of demonic light shot out from the wooden altar and hovered around it. Golden Rock Lady didn't hesitate and directly rushed onto the formation. In an instant, her figure was engulfed by the demonic light that rushed out from the formation. Gu Fei stared at the scene without blinking. Countless demonic runes appeared and intertwined on the wooden formation platform, and an extreme aura spread out from within the platform. What is Gu Fei doing? All the cultivators nearby were alarmed. They all knew that Gu Fei was on that mountain, but they didn't know what Gu Fei was doing. Gu Fei did a good job of keeping things a secret. Of course, Gu Fei was infamous. Plus, he was working together with Song Ke and Magic Rock Lady. Who dared to provoke him? Wasn't that the same as seeking death? However, not everyone knew what Gu Fei was doing. The higher-ups of the Golem clan and Willow Demon clan knew what Gu Fei was doing because they could sense the aura of their respective formations. That guy is really going to leave this world. Shi Hong, the leader of the Golem clan, appeared in the distance. He gazed at the mountain peak where Gu Fei was. His eyes sparkled. It would be great if he could leave this world. A voice was heard. The leader of the Willow Demon clan Lu Tianjing, had also arrived. The two leaders of the demonic path were actually working together. This also proved the old saying that there were no eternal enemies and no eternal friends. Shi Hong and Lu Tianjing were sworn enemies, but now they were working together. All of this was because of Gu Fei. Only by working together could the Golem clan and Willow Demon clan not be afraid of Gu Fei. Once they joined forces, Gu Fei would have to be careful if he wanted to touch them. You old man, you wish. I'm afraid things aren't as simple as you think. Shi Hong's expression was incomparably solemn. At this time, the extreme aura that erupted from the mountain peak in front of them made their hearts palpitate. This kind of aura was within an acceptable range. That's Lu Tianjing, the leader of the Willow Demon clan, couldn't help but turn pale with fright when he sensed this aura. He was extremely familiar with this aura because it was emitted from the teleportation formation of the Willow Demon clan. Swoosh! At this time, a demonic light shot up from the mountain peak in front of them. It directly broke through the void and rushed into the chaos. How is this possible? That guy, Gu Fei, can actually use that formation? This is impossible. Lu Tianjing stared at the demonic light that rushed into the chaos with an expression of disbelief. In his opinion, even if Gu Fei saw through what he did to the formation, it was still impossible for him to use it. It must be the crippled ancestor of the Chaos Demonic Rock clan that helped him. Shi Hong, the leader of the Golem clan, said while gritting his teeth. I see. Lu Tianjing suddenly understood. He had forgotten that there was an ancestor of the Chaos Demonic Rock clan beside Gu Fei. It seems that I have to go and get in touch with those high and mighty guys, Lu Tianjing said with a gloomy expression. Could it be that you want to? Shi Hong's expression became solemn as he thought of something. This was not a trivial matter. If it was not handled well, it would bring great trouble to his clan. Of course, there were still some forces in the Chaos Demon realm that were on good terms with those people. It would not be difficult to get in touch with those people. Then what are you waiting for? Lu Tianjing glanced at Shi Hong and said, N. Shi Hong did not say anything else. He took a deep look at the demonic light that was dissipating in the void, then turned around and left. They could not deal with Gu Fei, but there was someone else who could. Lu Tianjing did not leave because he wanted to watch the show. This was not the first time that Shi Hong had used a borrowed knife to kill someone. At this time, on the top of the mountain, Gu Fei looked at the broken void in the sky that was constantly being repaired. He did not expect that the formation platform of the Willow Demon clan could also be used. There was a response from the other side of the formation platform. In other words, the teleportation formation platform in the other world was still usable and had not been destroyed by those people from the ancestral god realm. This surprised Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei did not know what was on the other side of the formation platform. Gu Fei thought for a moment. Then a figure walked out from his body. It was an existence that looked exactly like him. It was his doppelganger. You are... The demonic rock lady looked at Gu Fei suspiciously. Why did he release a doppelganger? Could it be that he wanted to use his doppelganger to make a trip? I am curious, Gu Fei said. As expected, the demonic rock lady knew that she had guessed correctly. The demonic rock lady had no choice but to activate the teleportation formation platform again. Gu Fei's doppelganger walked onto the formation platform. Soon his doppelganger was enveloped by endless demonic light. An extremely terrifying demonic aura spread out. Swoosh! An incomparably bright, demonic light wrapped around Gu Fei's doppelganger and soared into the sky. In an instant, it disappeared into the void. Gu Fei's doppelganger only felt as if he had entered a space-time tunnel. Although his body was surrounded by demonic light, there were also various kinds of divine light rushing towards him from the front. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. At this moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger could not sense the existence of time and space. This feeling was really strange. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Fei's doppelganger was getting impatient. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in front of him. The dazzling light made Gu Fei's doppelganger almost unable to open his eyes. Before Gu Fei's doppelganger could finish his thought, he had entered a world of light. This was demonic light. A ball of demonic light wrapped around him and rushed out from the chaos. In the next moment, all the demonic light disappeared. Then, Gu Fei's doppelganger found himself standing on an array platform. This array platform was also made of wood.